Strongholds.
All right, everyone, welcome to the Halo World Championship 2025. You got Golden Boy and Walshy to kick things off over here on the Bravo broadcast. We have Mindfreak going up against Cloud9. And Dave, this is a massive, massive moment for both of these teams because neither one of them can afford to lose here in Seattle.
No, I mean, all throughout the season, teams would say stuff like, oh, whatever, it's just pool play, or we didn't have the seeding we actually deserved earlier on the season, so we had some unfortunate matchups. All those excuses go out the window right now, GB. At this point, it's the World Championship. You need to set yourself up for success, and you need to kick it off right by winning in pool play.
And so far, this is a great start here for Cloud9 as they're able to get 3 spots located, 3 spots secured on the stronghold here, which is huge. There's a big, big kill there for Scoob's actually going to get that sniper in the hands of Mindfreak. We saw Scoob have a couple of moments in Charlotte. He's certainly shown and statistically has been a strong player for this team. As a matter of fact, everyone in Mindfreak really has stepped up. So this is going to be their chance now. They got BNC control. This is them now getting back into this game after a very strong start from Cloud9.
Yeah, you can almost make the argument that in Charlotte, teams were overlooking Mindfreak, just saying, whatever,
100%.
How good is Australia going to be here this time around? We've beaten them in many other cases before, and they come out and do the impossible. Woo! Nobody has ever come out of open bracket and won pools before, like Mindfreak has. So nobody like Cloud9 are going into this match and overlooking Mindfreak. They've had to study them. They have to know who to look out for, and they're going to be prepared. Yeah,
but you know what, though? That also puts a lot of pressure onto Mindfreak, but they seem to be rising to that occasion quite nicely here as they've taken the lead back in this one. So it's a strong start for C9. We just saw 4 down go for C9 now, and Mindfreak continues to add on to their lead. They're not getting overzealous, Dave. They're playing BNC, and they're pinning Cloud9 down. This actually was a very good strategy to get them back into this game, rather than trying to go for all those hero plays. Big moment there for Rice, but Rice not able to stay alive there. Regardless, though, this is exactly what you like to see from Mindfreak, just really poking and prodding the beast and just adding more points. But they got to be careful not to let Cloud9 run away with it.
Yeah, they overextended there. They tried to defend too hard at B, and because of it, they now have a trip cap in favor of Cloud9. It felt like after Mindfreak kind of lost those 2 players, you just need to let that one go. If you don't have somebody close enough to B, you're just begging to be punished if you're fighting long-range battles at B that you cannot finish the kills on.
Yeah, and it's also a credit to Cloud9, too, for recognizing in that situation that there was an opportunity for them to overwhelm 2 of the players from Mindfreak who were positioned, one at green, one over toward pillars, and there was just not much that those players could do to stand tall in that moment there. While I say that, though, Cloud9 continuing to try and work the map. I like what I'm seeing here from C9. Rather than, allowing them to get back into the swing of things, they had to challenge A. Problem is that while that was going on, Mindfreak doing a brilliant job getting this camo and also securing that C site. So this is going to continue to be neck and neck here, Dave.
Just like this, they're
Great
getting
help.
a few of these kills. And here come the trades. Here's what should have happened last time for Mindfreak. Yes, they got the trip cap, but what should have happened for Mindfreak last time is they should have let go of B and just counter-capped A or just held off and held C. Now we're seeing how they're correcting that error. Hitting 6 shots there by Scoob.
Scoob looking good. Can he continue to add on to this? He was a big factor for their success last time. Another player who we haven't talked about but has been hanging there and pretty much holding his own has been Barcode, who continues to just impress throughout his time in the HCS and is looking for a big, big event here. Wait a minute, Collect, though. Huge win from Collect, getting that kill, staying alive, and flipping B. He needs to get this one back for his team to prevent this trip cap.
Yeah, Collect just doing whatever he needs to get done to win this. And somehow also in a no-scope gets the feat. This B stronghold does not belong to Cloud9. They should have no business having the stronghold right now, but Collect has something different to say.
Oh, he definitely does. He gets himself 2 big kills, outplays one of those guys thanks to a body shot that he was able to secure with that snipe. He's been on fire with it. This is a guy that you know, you're looking at the stats coming into this event. Who are the players on Cloud9 you got to be paying attention to? Collect is that man. Statistically, he is shined for this team, and he is going to have a lot on his shoulders here. But so far, he is answering the call. They're down, but they're not out of this. There's only a couple of points, and they're right back in this one, Dave.
This one's been neck and neck every single time a team gets control. The other one takes control back. It's going back and forth around increments of 30 points.
Yeah.
And so now here's Mind Freak Slaves. They got 3 down. They're trying to hunt down Sab, and they got a trip cap. It's interesting how quickly these teams are securing these trip caps.
Yeah.
We haven't really seen 2 cap setups for extended periods
Just
of
the
time.
beginning, just the 50 points that Mind Freak were able to accrue to get them into the map here. That was probably just it. And then outside of that, it was very much beautiful shots from Barcode. It was really just this back and forth exchange here. B gets flipped again, but that's going to be another power item grab for Mind Freak. They've been able to get hold of this camo so many times here, and that is going to be so difficult because you got to be able to sniff this guy out. He gives them so much information. Boo-boo doo-boo, massive connection, and they're not able to stop that cap in time, but they are able at the very least to remove the players that were around it.
All that matters is those kills anyways. Now Boo-Boo still having control, or some sense of control near the tower, has to back away. But he's going to be able to secure he's going to get some information here. As soon as someone steps into that C stronghold, he can jump up and be a nuisance.
Yeah, he's going to need to find where those players are. He's hearing the shots. He does find them, so that'll be an easy back whack for him. Gives him a clearance there to look toward B and make that player one shot. Teammate should be there to pick it up. Ivusi was, and that is going to be a cleanup. Now he's dealing with some pressure up top, and really well done by Mind Freak, just not allowing him to have a moment of safety and just trying to remove him because they know they got to take him out of that.
Yeah, I mean, both sides kind of, you can say good on Mind Freaks, but on the other hand, you got to say how much attention Boo-Boo
Oh,
took
100%,
there.
yeah.
That entire time, Mind Freak had that stronghold, but they weren't able to be relaxed. They were like, well, we got to clear him off back tower. We got to clear him out of mud. We got to get Boo-Boo out of there. And during that entire time, Cloud9 has a 2 cap up.
Yeah.
Cloud9 are getting kills across the map.
Yeah, that's a great note there, Dave, because, you know, when it comes to Stronghold, it's also just about, like, I saw someone post this on of all places on the YouTube chat when I was watching the LVT, the complexity warm-up, excuse me.
Careful what we say next. I don't know what you're reading in those chats, GB.
No, but one of the things they were saying, and it was random, but it made sense. It's like, you know, you think about Halo FPS game, you know, you're getting kills, you're going for that, but Halo's so much more than that. You have to be able to position yourself. You have to be able to find where those opportunities are going to be, where you can extract value, however that may seem. Boo-Boo Doo-Boo in that instance, being able to just pull all that attention towards C. Look how much they've been able to gain points-wise because of plays like Boo-Boo Doo-Boo was making towards C, forcing so much attention. Mind Freak have been on the back foot this entire time, and they've really struggled to get themselves back into this game. Of course, they're making themselves some difficult targets here. Maybe they can stay alive in the back, but they've really been scrambling for like that one stronghold to be able to set up a base of operations so that they can get moving here, Dave.
Yeah, it's a good point. I mean, we always talk about the stats in these games. There's certain things that can be quantified, and other ones that we just don't have the tech right now to quantify.
Yeah.
And I've always taken that as sort of time or attention taken away from a team.
Yeah.
How long are they spending
That's super
looking
valuable.
for you that they are looking over in a corner rather than watching some alley across the map?
Yep.
How much time are they spending running over into a corner of the map rather than being into a power position?
Yeah.
And all that time really adds up. And plays like what Boo-Boo did added up. That was 10 to 20 seconds collectively across all opponents on Mind Freak.
You know what's the thing that's keeping Mind Freak, though, in this match, Dave? I mean, there are some smart plays from C9, but they keep on getting the power items. They keep on getting the camo, and that has allowed them to be able to just sit in positions like this, gain information, because they see, hey, no one's over here. No one is pushing out to the outside.
Though. I feel like you got
feel like he
camo,
should be
you
advancing?
got to get a little further. Like, you know that there's going to be a push coming. Do you need to be the person that they're already expecting top tower? And he's just going to kind of be this anchor person, and there goes the camo.
Yeah.
At the same time, you know, who knows? He could have just been an entry death, just running over towards sandbags.
You're not wrong on that one. I think the reason why I look at that, I'm like, hey, this is actually
Scoop the ostrich strat.
Yeah.
Just looks in the ground. He can't see me.
That's how you know he plays keyboard and mouse, man. That's what I do. Any opportunity to block my head, I'm like, bring it straight up. It's great. I mean, look, I love playing on keyboard and mouse, but there's some funny things, some tendencies you'll see that you wouldn't normally see on controller that are a little perplexing. But hey, by the way, we're well past the 200-point mark here for both of the squads. Mind Freak with a slight lead, but here comes Cloud9 trying to gain up, but there's Mind Freak. acquiring A yet again. They're going to need to start to make some moves here. Big stop towards C now is going to prevent that cap from happening, meaning Boo Dubu and his teammate are going to need to get in there. 2 players inside of C means no one's going to be hanging around toward B. But they clear this guy, and now they can start to put their attention toward where they're losing this next stronghold, because as it stands right now, C9, they got to get on this. They cannot let Mindfreak get closer and closer to 250.
I like this play, too, by Barcode. Gets the B stronghold, doesn't decide to be passive, decides to take up a little bit more ground. Just because of this, Cloud9, they're desperate. They've left C. And this is exactly what you want to do when you're in a position like Mindfreak. You don't want to fight engagements to defend a stronghold. You're happy to just trade strongholds.
Yep, this is a very strong, winnable spot. Sniper overlooking the door here. He's got to hit those shots. Oh, look at that. Player actually managed to make his way out of pillars there. Great job isolating that sniper, preventing him from being able to have an impact in that moment. But the points are still going to continue to accrue. 246, 247. C9's got to get on something right now, and they can't. They don't have time, and that is going to do it. Mindfreak manages to pick up the win, 250 to 206. And that was as back and forth as you could possibly ask for, Dave, to kick things off here at Halo World Championship.
Yeah, both teams just back and forth by about 30 or 40 points at a time. Kills as even as could be. Just a 1 kill difference between these 2 squads in that game. Wow. But 44 points of objective difference. You could tell that Mindfreak, even though there were a couple times that we were being critical and saying they could have done this better, could have done that better, they played it better. They were choosing the correct strongholds and choosing the correct fights.
Yeah, and those fights led to a Map 1 victory. We're going to go to a quick break. When we come back, we're going to get ready for Map 2.
Slayer.
All right, everyone, welcome back. It's time for map 2 here. Of course, we got ourselves some Aquarius Slayer, and we'll see whether or not Mindfreak can add on to this one or can Collect and the boys in Cloud9 rise to the occasion and be able to get themselves that second map. Big win here potentially for both teams. This is a massive game for both of these squads, considering Mindfreak's rise, and well, C9 needing a big win at a big event like this would set them up quite nicely here. Of course, you got Golden Boy and Walshy back on the mic here, and look at this, Cloud9 out of the gate, already starting strong with 3 of their own.
Yeah, getting that last trade there, but that's going to be 3 down from Mindfreak. Do they know where the last one's at? If they don't know it yet, they'll know it soon because these spawns have been secured. But I believe we have some split spawns across the map here.
It seems that way, but
I couldn't tell exactly if everyone spawned here in blue, but it looks like the collapse coming in. That's 3 down again here for Mindfreak.
and this is where I'm really going to be looking at Collect. You can already see starting things off strong with 4 kills of his own, but I was talking about it before, statistically the strongest player on the C9 team. They're all strong in their own right, but Collect is the Slayer for the team. So you're really going to be looking for him to get some output. Don't get me wrong, though.
Wow.
You can see the same from the likes of Bubudubu, too. He has done that in the past, so you don't want to sleep on him. But this is a very good start for C9. They're up by 5 and pretty much have Mindfreak backs against the ropes.
Yeah, I feel like a broken record. I'm like 3 down again here for Mindfreak because it just feels like every single exchange here, Cloud9 just putting the pressure on, and 3 down again for Mindfreak.
This is where I need to see the mettle of Mindfreak at work, right? This is where I need to see them really toughen up and get back into this. We know that they're a talented squad, but how can they deal with adversity like this? Because as it stands right now, it doesn't feel like they have much of an idea, right? You've seen Barcode just walk into that room, right? They're not clearing rooms. They don't know, like, where people are going to be. So I want to see a little bit more communication for them to, check those areas, not allow this C9 team to be able to squeak by and get behind them, because that's happened already a couple times here.
Yeah, it feels like on one hand, Mindfreak has the right idea of, hey, we don't want to just be constricted to one area of the map, and they try to push out real quick before their spawns
Spread your resources
and try to take over, util or take over towards ping. But on the other hand, like you said, maybe it's just a little too quick. Maybe they need to take a breath for a second, see, all right, is anyone from Cloud9 just putting themselves in a bad enough spot that we don't need the secondary angle?
Yeah.
Can I just secure this one-on-one fight and get us out of a bad situation?
3 down again for Mindfreak there. Barcode tried to be the hero there, get himself his 1, but ended up bonking his head on the ceiling there, and that thrust did not work out the way that he would have liked. And they're getting a ton of info here just by the fact that they can see them. Just all tucked away inside of the base there. They got themselves a camo again, so that will be C9 securing yet another power item. This was a bit of a problem for them in that first map, but this time around, not going to be an issue whatsoever. And Bubudubu just got to be a little careful because there was a Sways just popped in there. Could have seen him for a moment, but did not have the camo eyes to detect that player.
Yeah, at this point, Cloud9 just has to not blow the lead. When you get in a Slayer game, you're hoping for that one run at some point where you go on a tear with a sniper or power-ups or power weapons, whatever it is. Trying to get some sort of lead, a 5-kill lead, 10-kill lead. They already did the hard work. They got the 10-kill lead or 8-kill lead, which is what it was earlier. Now it just has to be, don't lose the lead.
Yeah,
don't get into a spawn trap over and over again. You don't need to force these plays continuously if you don't want to, but if aggression's working, aggression's working. Look at this
How
pressure.
does Mindfreak, though, get out of this, right? Because it doesn't feel like there's a pathway for them at this point. I mean, you could go kill for kill, but the thing is, you got 15, 16 kill lead here for C9, so this is getting to be danger. I would say way past danger zone.
There's no consistent way to get out of this if you're in Mindfreak's spot. So you have to really consider that it's, one, you need to start playing some really, really good Halo. Doesn't have to be perfect Halo, but you need to go on a run of your own. You need to start catching Cloud9 in traps. You need to start reacting to what Cloud9 have been doing. And Cloud9 have been continuously aggressive. And so when you're playing against a team that's really aggressive against you, you can either fight fire with fire, be aggressive back, and try to turn into a chaotic whirlwind of a match, or you can start to set traps. You can start to set somebody in a spot where some of Cloud9's just sprinting across through the courtyard or going right into util, and you get that first shot and you get that first entry kill for free without having to make some random push.
Yeah, and it feels like that we're starting to see maybe a little bit of that manifest itself for Mind Freak, because what they've been doing mostly has been kind of working together, right? Holding hands in certain fights, and then taking out 1 or 2 players and doing a good job of identifying where that last player is. And also I'm noticing a lot of players trying to make those big plays in those 1v3 type situations where you're by yourself and you're like, oh, I gotta do something. It does feel like Mind Freak have found just a little bit of an opening. This was a 16, kill game. It is now down to an 8-kill game.
Okay.
And we've only really been able to see Cloud9 add about 3 or 4 kills in the time frame from that comeback happening. So you do have an opening here if you're Mind Freak.
Well, they did the first part of the play was, hey, find a way to react to Cloud9's aggression. And they've set a few traps. They've gotten some 2 great kills. Next is they have to go on some runs of their own.
Yeah.
There's really no way about it. You, especially as you get close to this 40-kill mark, you have to at some point get all 4 down from Cloud9 and then sprint across the map to where you think or know where their spawns are going to be and set a new trap.
Well, unfortunately for Mind Freak, and Barcode in that instance, that camo was up, but he was not in a position to be able to fight for it. And that goes in the hands of C9 yet again. It becomes very difficult. They had to eliminate that player ASAP because the last camo ruined them. Absolutely ruined them. Gave them so much to work with here. Avusi, though, big kill, big connection. That's going to be a stop there onto Rice down low. But just as I say that, see Mind Freak now. They're trying not to just keel over and die here, which is something I can respect. They're fighting this one down to the wire, as you should here at the Halo World Championship.
But at this point,
it's getting harder.
Cloud9, they're in trading territory. Like I said, it was, you asked, how does Mind Freak out of this? I'm like, in most cases, like 90% of the time, you just don't.
Yeah,
you don't get out of a spot where a team's ahead by 10 kills and a Slayer. It's just too tough at this level of play.
Yeah, they could take so many more risks than you can. They could challenge fights in a healthier manner, right? They could push because they know that they're not going to give anything up. And with 3 kills remaining here, this is pretty much all but done. 2 now, Cloud9 looking to add on 1 to this series here after a start that I'm sure they would have loved to have been able to take back in that live fire Strongholds game. But that is going to wrap it up. Cloud9, strong performance there. Gets a 50-35. And look, you got to give credit to Mind Freak. They managed to take that 15-kill game, bring it down to a 7-kill game at one point. But you were talking about such a massive lead there, Dave. It was always going to be difficult for that team to come back.
Yep. The ebbs and flows of the games. Yes, you're going to have your moments where you start to get some kills back and claw them back, but when they've built themselves that big of a lead, Cloud9 are not going to let it go.
That's right. That's right. Well, folks, we got ourselves a bit of a series here. Guaranteed we're going to be going to map 4 at the very least. Coming up next, we got Origin CTF. We'll see you guys on the other side. Don't go anywhere.
Capture the flag.
All right, everyone, welcome back. Sorry for that little bit of a break. Players had to, you know, do things. Bathroom break. That sounded way worse than it actually was.
Yeah, what the heck?
They had to go do things, you know, shady things. No, it's just, you know, bathrooms are kind of far here, so you got to make your way out. It's a long way out here. But we're back in, folks. It's time for some Origin. Of course, got some TTF here. And, oh, you know, I know I casted when the Carbine was in play, but the sound still gets me. You know, the sound still eats at me. But we're already seeing a strong start here for Cloud9. Boo starting to bring that flag over toward the elbows here. And look at Sav's positioning. He's got so much vision, so much info, and so much help for his teammates. Is anyone there to try and stop him, though? In fact, it's Sways who's there last second to try and stop Boo. Sav might be there to try and help out, but I think he might have gotten taken out here. In fact, no. Instead, it's Savusi. Gets that flag, locks it in. That's #1 for Cloud9.
That's dangerous against Mind Freaks. I mean, they just got a few kills. They ran across the map.
Yep.
So fast, so efficient. CTF used to be such a less efficient game even earlier on, like let's say 1 year ago in the HCS. But now you see these teams so quickly securing kills, already having someone ready to pull the flag, taking the perfect route, and not stopping.
I think because they've had so many different versions of this you know, mode and map, and the maps as well, where they've had to learn so many different things. You think about, like, you know, like how some of those older maps were, right, when we were playing on them previously for CTF. It was always going to be challenging, and these players are adapting so well on the fly. And of course, this is familiar territory here too, right? It's an H5 map. A lot of these guys competed in H5, so there's always going to be that little bit of familiarity there. Just I say that, though, you want to see Barco get a little familiar with this sniper, but instead he's going to find a kill out there toward the cave and won't be able to do much here.
I feel like they had that flag, they had the respawns, they had on the cave, and just nobody continued rallying it. Like, Barcode was hesitant to keep running it because he didn't want to die with snipe and get shot there, but nobody else kept rallying it. And one of the key factors, I'd say, is especially if you get 4 down right away, is just get that flag far enough across the map.
Yeah.
Make every spawner have to panic. The fact that Mind Freak weren't able to get that flag down in the ravine, the bomb center of the map, made it so all those members of Cloud9 who spawned in the cave could just stay in cave. They didn't have to sprint across the map or do anything drastic or quick.
Yeah, they didn't really need, they weren't put in a position where they were forced to have to make some errors, right? Yeah. Now, big kill coming in, though, from Barcode.
Look at this.
That's Abusi. He's doing exactly what he said. Just bring that flag across. Get it past the 50-yard line.
Don't make yourself panic. That's the one person you don't want to panic.
Yeah, it's very true. It's very true. C9 now having to defend this push from the base, but it seems like Mind Freak might have been able to make the stop happen comfortably. They got to get this return, and they do successfully return it, but they are going to be surrounded. 2 players down. Make that 3. Never mind. All 4 down. Boo is going to be the only one up spawn here, and he dies. Is anyone else going to be spawning in front of him? It's Collect. He's one shot too. Spread around. Ovusi managed to find one, and you want to see Mind Freak be able to take advantage of that in that moment, but so much was happening. They lost those numbers just as they gained that number advantage.
It's such a tough position for Mind Freak there because it's deceptive. They get all the way over there towards Fountain. They're in a spot where they think they can pull the flag, but as players are trickling their deaths, all of a sudden they just get into 1v1 after 1v1 and not pull that flag. It feels counterintuitive, but you almost have to just take a step back, go back in towards sniper side, go towards elbow, just do something to pin Cloud9 in the base versus forcing a flag grab in the base.
Oh, beautiful slide across. Collect's going to bring this one through in record time, and he managed to do this one. And I'm going to tell you, that all happened because he had no bullets in his gun. He had 1 shot left. He missed that shot on the player that was weak down low. He was going to chase, but he had a teammate above, and he was like, hey, handle that business. He did. Because he was right there at elbow, they were able to lead that flag in. That was so cleanly done by Cloud9, and they managed to hold off on the defensive side.
So what you're trying to say, GB, is he had 1 shot, 1 opportunity.
Oh, you don't.
And
just
he didn't let
because you're from Michigan, you don't get to do this.
They captured it? Is that what you're saying?
All right, come down there, 8 Mile, okay? This guy, what year you think this is? Okay? Our references are getting old. No, but honestly, that was a beautiful flag grab there and a run just to get that second one in here. And this has been all C9. We're really seeing this team come online as Mindfreak just struggling to be able to get their bearings here. They're completely surrounded in their base, Dave, and they're going to be punished for it. And this could very well be that third and final flag cap with the way that they're running.
This one's it, yeah. I mean, how fast Cloud9 been going, even when they have players on the map, it's tough enough to stop it. There's just the very first spawn for Mindfreak. 2 players spawning. They're going to sprint across the map and still be too late. There's no way they can stop this one. So this is going to be the third and final flag going for Cloud9.
Damn.
Dominant performance there, an Origin flag.
And I got to give flowers to Collect. That second flag cap was a thing of beauty. He made great decisions. C9 reacting off of the call-outs with one another. You can see it in real time happening. And you can also see how Mindfreak really just were overwhelmed, I think, in that moment. There wasn't really much that they could do. They were constantly backs against a wall, fighting from a defensive position. It just was a difficult battle for them from the jump.
Yeah, just I felt like all around Cloud9 just outplayed every single step of the way. They were every single time so efficient with their flag runs, just pushing towards the bases, doing a great job, especially on defense as well. Yeah. There were times where Mindfreak were getting the flag out over towards the courtyard and such. Didn't panic, didn't overextend when they didn't need to.
Yeah, I'd say it's certainly going to be interesting to see how this next map plays out. Coming up next, you got Lattice, King of the Hill. Does Cloud9 close it out here at a 3-0 fashion, or can Mindfreak force a map 5? We'll see you in a few.
King of the Hill.
Everyone, welcome back. It's now time for map 4, Cloud9, Mindfreak. And for Mindfreak, this is a big one. They need to dig deep and pull off the win here. Some little stats before we go into it, Dave. you know, Sab actually one of the top performers on this map in game mode. So he's certainly going to be one to pay attention to, coming in at a pretty strong KD, 1.27, strongest of anyone in the server right now in this particular map in game mode across Charlotte. So there's a little bit of an opportunity here for Sab to maybe play spoiler for this team. On the other side, Scoob, top performer on this map, but Sab clears everyone else. This seems to be a playground for him.
Looking like the two top performers going right for that weapon.
I wonder why.
Sniper rifle?
That's called narrative development. Yeah. And Sab has actually been losing that battle, but Scoob does not have the confidence to be able to push forward here, and that's because he's getting pressured by Boo Boo Doo Boo, who gets himself a double kill down low. Now you are going to have that hill over toward the sub, and that is going to put some pressure there onto that player who's going to just try and see if he can gain as much as he possibly can. But now with Cloud9 getting control of this sniper rifle, maybe Boo Boo Doo Boo can put it to good use, especially in this open area here.
Yeah, Boo Boo just realizing those spawns over at blue, decides to back down, and now Mindfreak in a tough spot. Do they charge him towards Boo Boo Doo Boo, force away all the way towards red, or do they get a player out of the hill?
And, well, they do manage to, I think, accomplish all of the above, which is pretty good.
Guess it wasn't an or question.
Yeah.
I forgot option C and D was
all of the above was a choice.
Yeah,
it's always a choice. You can do it all, Dave. You know, you don't have to limit yourself, man. You know, the future's among us. No, but yeah, this is a great start here for Mindfreak. They were able to get a couple of those, just some good progress there on that first hill. And while Cloud9 were really jockeying more for positioning and map control and weapon control, Mindfreak were really just prioritizing what that objective is. And also spreading out the resources effectively, too. Oh, I thought that was a shot. It went right under his leg. He's trying to burn as much as he can from that sniper, but Collect's going to stay alive. He's alive. He's a problem. And they're only just a sliver away from being able to finish this one out here. Scoob dies from a fight there with Avusi, meaning Barcode and the boys are going to need to have to force their way through this one here. But you can't have any mistakes if you're Cloud9. Ooh, just close on that one.
Getting a few body shots, doing great damage, but need to get those cleanups. And just like this, look at this push. Mindfreak say, we're going to go for the last moments or last few points of time here in the hill, and they send everyone towards ice. This is great. It's great that they're going to finish this one off. But do they set themselves up in a bad position for hill number 2? Yeah,
because it does feel like Cloud9 have the better read here, right? With where that hill's going over toward that small door on the red side of the map, certainly going to make things a little bit more challenging for Mindfreak to have to fight through it, but they're successful in that endeavor. They managed to get themselves inside of that hill. You know, they were coming from that ice side there, but still, I mean, you had good positioning for Cloud9.
I like the fact that there was no hesitation there from Mindfreak. They just said, hey, we're going to fly here together. We're going to work this out with this fight.
Yeah.
It didn't feel like unnatural during that push. It felt like everyone was on the same page, doing the right thing. Nobody was running around aimlessly, doing anything wrong there. So I really like that. When teams are on the exact same page, going towards the same goal or objective, and making a play at the same time, things work out. Yeah,
and it's given them a decent amount of progress there, but now it's going to be Cloud9's time to strike. We'll see if they can hold this one down here. Great pressure coming in from Mindfreak, forcing Boo Boo Doo Boo off of that first position. But look at that help that he's providing there to the player on boxes. He's doing just a brilliant job just patrolling the front of red here, but there's going to be some pressure now coming in. He does have some help. It's Scoob Meister. He's going to get those shields back. They're going to be taking 2 separate fights. Sways, he's going to be able to hit him with the body, and they get the cleanup there, so they finally take him out. Massive pickup from Sways now as the sniper goes back into the hands of Scoob. Let's see what the M&K player can do with it. Not much, as he gets wiped out immediately.
No, decides to do a little favor for his buddy Sab, reloads the sniper for him, and says, you know, I saw nothing. Take this weapon. Here you go.
It's all for you, bud. Never say I didn't do anything for you. This is Cloud9 with a little bit more of an advantage here on the hill. As you can see, progress gained, doubling Mindfreak's progress on this red side. But this is probably going to be a capture for Cloud9. It doesn't feel like Mindfreak have the resources nor the capability to be able to stretch across this in time. And yeah, that's going to be secured any second here. And that's 1-1 now. But you do have Mindfreak getting in the face of Cloud9, but this is a good reaction from C9 just to try. Yeah, at the wrong time, and now they're actually losing bodies as a result of it.
Yeah, it seems like Scoob's still holding the anchor down all the way over at Crystal, doing a good job prepping hill time, and spawning his team at blue, but it looked a little scary there.
Yeah.
Like we said, it felt like they threw 3 players in to die over at Red Hill after Red Hill was secured.
This kind of feels like what happened on Red Hill, where Mindfreak had a strong start, and then they got overwhelmed by Cloud9 because they were waiting for one another. Because you're kind of seeing it here, right? Collect is great decision-making, and he does a good job getting those kills for his teammates. That's going to be 3 down now. Sways has a lot to work with here. Can he stay alive? He does manage to get one, but he's not going to be there to handle the second, and that's going to get Bubu back on the hill. You have some players from Mindfreak, though, got a close spawn that maybe can remove him from this one. They're also losing some teammates on the side here. Bubu needs some help.
Yeah, Bubu originally was thinking about trying to go block spawns and then realized, okay, my teammates either calling out bottom tower or the fact that my teammates are spawning all the way over at red ramp makes me know that they're at bottom tower.
And he did not have much to deal with there, didn't have many nades to work with, and only had that bandit. That's going to be the second one gained for Mindfreak, probably the easiest one that they've been able to obtain, given how this series and how this map has gone. But this is also just going to work out really well for them too, because they have this positioning here over toward T side, while at the same time they got that hill over on to the what was this, the catwalk here. So there is or the dam rather, there's just a lot that was working for Mindfreak. But just as I say that, Dave, it's actually C9 who get their bodies inside of that hill.
Yeah, and you'll see a lot of teams also do this setup where they kind of set players on both sides of the catwalk, one towards blue side, one towards tower side, and just kind of go in and out. But it looks like the Select opts to take up a little bit more ground. Just like that, Sway's really not expecting to meet resistance there in the middle of red. And because of this flank, Collect gets a triple kill, and more points going on the board here for Cloud9.
Yeah, this is going to be a Cloud9 grab here for sure. Doesn't really seem like Mindfreak have any presence to be able to stop this. They were able to do so, you know, a couple of times in the beginning parts of this one, but you can see them just falling to pieces here, and they're so far out as well. So that is going to be a cap, and that next one's going to be moving across the map toward the boxes. So that means that now, you know, you got both teams that are kind of in a good spot to be able to fight for that here, but who's going to come out on top? It's Sab. He's putting up some numbers here. He's getting a couple of big kills that were moving some of those players from the equation early on.
That Bubu getting picked up first top blue. A lot of people might be wondering, why did Bubu peek there? Why would you peek over towards top catwalk when you're no shields? But Halo is a game of greed and doing as much damage across the map at all times that you can. If you waited until you had full shield every single time you peeked out to get some information, your team would play too slow and you'd get punished too harshly. So that's why you're going to see these players say, they're going to reposition and say, let me just take a little peek out here. It can't be, there's no harm in just looking out here toward the...
And sometimes you get shot in the head. Yeah, sometimes it happens, you know, like that's Halo. But you have to be able to take those risks and also provide some semblance of information as well for your teammates too. That's another important thing to keep in mind. Now Mindfreak, they managed to get themselves onto that hill. Some decent progress there is gained as we have Collect, who's really been on a tear this series, playing some great Halo, but he's not going to do enough there against Rice, who also has been playing a pretty solid series thus far. We'll see whether or not they can add on to get this third one here. QT is going to be up for the grab. 3 players, you can see right in front of the silo there, just waiting to make that push happen. And there's some connection starting to come through here, but they are not getting there in time, Mindfreak. They're not really able to spread their resources enough, and they need to concede some space. And look at the way that Cloud9 now just pushing into this green shard, just trying to stop them, but a great response from Mindfreak.
Yeah, somehow winning that 2v3, coming out ahead. Right there, Cloud9, their goal was to try to stop all the spawns over at blue. They're saying, let's take over Crystal, let's go over here and stop the blue spawns. And it did not work. They lost the fight.
And sometimes you have the great plan, but you just don't win the fight. you know, don't win the fight.
That's the tough part about Halo is, you know, it's so much execution-based. You can do all the decisions, do everything correct, and then if someone just hits the better shots, hits the perfect grenade, you can't do anything about that.
All right, Rice now waiting to see if there's an opportunity for him to maybe be a dagger in the back of the team, but they're waiting for it. He had a teammate there trying to get make something happen. That was Scoobmeister. Great just calls there from Cloud9, not allowing Mindfreak to just run away with things. They need to get onto this hill here. This was the one that they lost first. Let's not forget. So this is a hill that was not favorable to C9 last time. We were 2 players down. Bubu not in the hill, not able to do much. They know he's over here because he threw down that smoke, but instead, he's going to get wiped out immediately. And they're actually, I think they're just going to really play the clock and ride this one out.
Yeah, this is going to be a clock play for sure here from Mindfreak. I like this still by Sways, still being close enough to the hill so they can get in, fight, test if he needs to. He gets that trade out there with Sab. But right here, it's just going to be trading kills. So you got to wonder,
Love that.
Cloud9 get too comfortable here. I mean, this is 35 seconds. They don't really have too many lives to throw at it, but I like to play by Boo Boo. Stop that clock.
Yeah, do something, because you got to prevent the clock, who's now your enemy in this situation, from getting a little too out of hand. Boo Boo Doo needs to stay alive here, does have the appropriate support.
Jeez.
Great help coming in. Who was that behind him? I believe that was a Vusi.
It's not even just stopping the clock right here. This is causing the panic from members of Mindfreak. Mindfreak
Yeah.
are just saying, I just need to get this last shot on Boo Boo. Let's get him out of there. Sways finally putting an end to Boo Boo's tear.
That's 3 down, though, for Mindfreak. Familiar territory for those guys. Barcode, though, waiting to see if anyone's going to try and push into this. That's all time wasting. And he's doing, he at the very least was able to do some damage to them, but no one was in that vicinity to try and cause more problems here. More nades starting to fly through, though. That was Rice trying to connect with a few of them. They're about to score this one. They got to get in there right now.
Yeah, Mindfreak actually have a chance because there's 3 down. Sab's the last one alive, and they just have to hold out Sab and crew for 10 seconds. Look at this. Actually, someone from Mindfreak stepped in for a short period of time. There's somebody from Mindfreak ready to step in if need be, but you're not at the very end of this hill. You don't need to stop somebody from just tapping their toe in and capturing this.
2, 1, 1 point,
Oh.
1 point, 1 point. Is anyone going to be there to stop them? No one's there to stop them. They're getting the cap. Oh, my word. We're going over to the last point, the last wire. That's it. And you had Mindfreak. They had everything lined up the way that they would have wanted, but Dave, Halo is a way to just take it all away from you in a heartbeat.
But somehow Mindfreak bouncing back from that. A lot of times a team gets momentum there, they start to crumble, they lose the next hill, they don't get positioning. But instead, Mindfreak secure all those kills after Cloud9 get that 6th hill, and they're already in the 7th hill and halfway captured.
Yeah, they're doing good. So far, so good for them. Sab has got a big job ahead of him there to just try and just move that player out of the hill. And they're trying to make this push happen. But where's the help? Barcode there for the connection. Finds one. Gets the second with Sways. They see the third one making his way up the street. It's Boo Boo Doo Boo. And he got some players who are a little weak here. They can't give up these bodies. They have to win this fight, and they do so. But the pressure's starting to come in. Sab, he was from downtown, and now those spawns flipped over, and it's Mindfreak's time to have to try and force this one.
Mindfreak, they have some lives to throw at this. They at least can do 1 or 2 good pushes, but
Yeah.
you don't really get more than 2 pushes. At this point, this time's going up a little too fast. They do finally get Collect down, though, and that's a huge kill. Collect always been this dagger in the side of Mindfreak during these setups.
Oh, what a trade out, but he wins the fight, Sab. Oh, the nade connects. I thought that thought that trade out was a thing of beauty.
This next hold wins it. If someone gets a full setup here and control, they win this hill and they win this game.
Scuba's playing a good forward position.
Need to clear this out. They
And
get
they do.
the kill, but still 2 down for each. They
Gotta
know
get
the
that
last
kill.
2 members are. And it's going to be all 4 down from Mindfreak, and this is going to be their first loss in pool play.
Not like this. Oh, man, it came down to the wire, but Cloud9 manages to come up clutch when it mattered most, and they get themselves that map 4 win. They will win this series. But, man, if you're Mindfreak, Dave, you got to be kicking yourself. You were 1 second away from forcing that map 5. 1 second.
And you know this is the match that Mindfreak's saying, hey, we got to win this one.
Yeah.
Because they're saying, hey, it's the 2v3 seed. These are the times that you're trying to say, am I going to go all the way into the upper bracket?
Yeah.
Into winners bracket? Or am I going to go into the elimination bracket?
Yeah.
And unless Mindfreak are able to somehow turn this around, unless they can, win a huge match later against Space Clan, they are looking
in a bad spot.
rough spot here for pool play, and that's just why each match matters here.
That's
so
right.
much.
But a big win for Cloud9, a win that they needed, because this is a team that has the capability to go far. A lot of talent on that squad. Is this going to be the beginning of them starting things up, starting to get that run going? We'll find out, folks. That's going to do it for me and Dave here. You got a great match going on over on the A stream between Optic Gaming and TSM. You also have matches that are going to be starting up over on our Charlie and Delta streams later on. But that is going to do it for us right now. We'll see you guys in a little bit.
Capture the flag.
Welcome to the B stream, everybody. Welcome to the Halo World Championships. I'm fresh off the main stage and quite short of breath, I have to say, after a Game 5 to kick the tournament off. It's going to be Bravo and myself on set to talk you through this series. We're going to check in with Omit versus Space Station, and our first look at a team who probably looking over their shoulders a little bit in Space Station at this event, Andy.
Yeah, I mean, first of all, as you said, I bet a lot of people would have a B-Stream tab open. Oh, but Septify wastes no time and hits a brainer. 3 dead for Omid off the opening, but he's going to be your last player alive and maybe forced to play this. We'll see as well how he decides to play this one. But, man, what a series that was. Just saw between Optic and TSM. And as you said, now as we shift gears a bit over to Pool D, Space Station's first test is going to be up against Omid.
Omid, who have not had a great start, or middle, or to be honest, anything so far this season. But the opportunity here at the Halo World Championships to go for their best placement of the year. They will know this is the last opportunity, of course, as well, just to perform on Halo Infinite on the main stage at a HCS event. But for Space Station, it was interesting. We were doing a lot of kind of talking about what Space Station's situation is coming into this tournament, and we feel that there's a feeling they've accepted where they are, and do they believe that they can challenge for a Halo World Championship?
Yeah, that really is the question. I think a lot of people who have supported these players, let's not forget, right? 2 of these 4 players defending world champions. I think it's with their performances this season, it's unfortunately easy to forget that. But you have to wonder, with a player like Stellar, right? How do they? I think legacy and performance means a lot to a player like that. How do they come into this world championship? And you look across the board. How can they make sure that they exit this season at least on a different note that than they are coming into the world championship?
Well, a little bit of Fortress CTF to start us off in this series as game number 1. Not too much progress on either side of the map at the moment, but with power-ups coming up in a few moments' time, might be a chance to just get a little bit of an advantage when it comes to having that overshield in your hand. Eco helping Stellar out, which is something that he's very familiar with doing. Pick up that kill. They could be a little bit of a nuisance on the spiral here, but 10 minutes the game clock just elapsed in here. The overshield has popped, so both teams will be focusing their attention towards that place.
Good shots here from Nico. Needs to stay alive. Unfortunately, will lose Stellar, so his placement on the map is a little bit less important when you lose your player on the doorstep there. It's actually going to be 2 and a staggered 3 dead for SSG.
Yeah, it's going to be Omid. They've got that flag halfway, and they've got the overshield as well, and they found the kill eventually onto Eco. So this is going to be the first flag by the looks of things, going over to Omid. Huss is running this one up the back stairs. And boy, oh boy, Omid strike first.
Nicely done by Huss there as well. I love just continuing to advance when he had the overshield. Knew that he could eat a few extra shots and still cleanly get that kill on front porch, excuse me. That's exactly what he does in the end, as you say, 1-0 for Omid. SSG knew that pool play was going to be a big test for them, and they're going to need to make sure they keep their wits about them here in this series. Otherwise, this one could slip away.
I didn't mean to say French there, but it's maybe excited at the idea of a new meal.
Also, I think I almost accidentally said French toast.
Which would be perfect for
Delicious.
brunch.
Yeah, French.
Yeah. Just between
French brunch.
Brunch and lunch.
Yeah.
Brunch.
And
like the front end of lunch.
Yeah. Oh, that's actually good too. And explicitly with French toast.
Well, Stella's going to find a kill inside of his base. Suppressed has the sniper rifle, trying to put a little bit of pressure onto Huss, who's overextending onto his team's side of the map. Hence the body shot, but Eco should be able to clean that one. But no, Huss is going to win that one because Eco had no shields himself. So 1v1 being 1, Huss now being a nuisance, and Sparty with a sniper rifle on the other side. But Omid picks up a kill. That was an important shot for Suppressed to hit there. If he doesn't hit that, and Huss gets that flag moving and gets away, we could have a very, very different looking situation. But Suppressed starting to find a few bodies here with this snipe.
I think important to note too, we've talked a lot about the Stellar Eco story for good reason, just because of what they achieved last year. And of course their legacy in this league. I think a lesser told story, because of SSG's placings, right, have been the Falcated Suppressed story. And let's not forget, those 2 players were picked up for a reason. We know what they can do numbers-wise. Speaking of, Suppressed going to get a little bit of help, and they'll get an overshield as a reward. But we know what they can do numbers-wise, but you have to think about, they have a statement to prove here as well, right? They do not want to be a footnote on the year, a 4th place team for the year. You got to wonder, maybe they have a few surprises in store this weekend as well.
I think the biggest issue for SSG when you're looking at the games that they've played so far this season with this roster is just the efficiency. Like, numbers haven't really been that bad. When you're looking at slaying numbers, pretty good, up there with some of the best. But just seems they're a bit slow on the mark when it comes to taking space on the map, getting objectives moving. Like we've seen for the last few minutes, it's a pretty good indication of it. You know, Suppress has been picking up kill after kill with that sniper rifle, putting Omit into the death screen, giving them an advantage, but getting that objective moving. It's actually Suppressed who, off the back of his hard work, starts moving that flag. But it's certainly something to keep an eye on as Suppressed pops a killing spree with 5 kills in a row with that response. I think SSG have really got to find a way to make that work a little bit better at this event.
I agree. It's a lot of timing plays here. It is 2 dead, though, so they might have time to get this fight continuing. And big crossing the threshold away from the sidelines. A good movement. 4 dead. This one should go.
Suppressed, even with a little fumble, should be absolutely fine to run this one in. Like you say, no one from over really in position to pressure, and we do have a tied game now. SSG will get their first flag on the board with just under 6 minutes 40 left on that game clock.
12 kills here for Eco, 11 kills for Foul, and even though before that flag went in, those were a little bit concerning numbers, and now that that flag's in, you feel like SSG maybe just settling in, maybe now having an opportunity on their side to gain a little bit of momentum here, and you feel like for them, this Omen series has to be a confidence-building series, right? If we think about what's ahead for them, let's not forget, you know, with the fact that they have Envy in their pool, etc., this has to be a confidence builder for the weekend, not one that they struggle in.
I'd have to agree with you, Union. Again, you're looking at the numbers so far. Everyone's kind of dominating on the SSG side, but it is a one-to-one game. It's another kind of example of maybe some of the concerns for SSG coming into this, but Stella getting that next overshield. The numbers should continue to go the way of SSG when it comes to kills and deaths, and by taking down Septify with the sniper rifle, he might be able to have a little bit of fun here, Stella. Still got some overshield left. He's going to find the remnants of what is essentially a fresh sniper rifle from Omit, so that could be 2 sniper rifles now in the hands of SSG.
I think Septify thought he could get away there instead, so he decides not to play it as a result, but so far it's already costing them. They're going to try to avoid the nades. I think he plays the snipe. I can't tell based on the shadows. We'll have to see if that one's gone, but looks like it very well might have been the case. Feels like, Mark, this one's gone by quick. Only 5 minutes left here. You feel like one flag could decide this one.
One thing about Omen as well, when players like Hust, they're going to be frustrated. They're going to get behind you. They're going to challenge you. They're going to make you turn your head around. And with the time elapsing, it only takes one flag that starts to get moving, a couple of kills that start to stack up. And I tell you what, Omen might steal a game away. And with 3 dead here and Stella is last alive, Septify's going to win his fight. A little bit of help if he gets through to bottom middle. Spy's there to help him out. And with 3 dead for SSG, and under 5 minutes left on the game clock, Omen are about to go 2-1 up here.
Man, impressive from Septify. That passage of play, that exchange was so well done there, and definitely causing some woes, some worries for the side of SSG. As you said, find themselves down 2-1, and now we go from what felt like a pretty evenly matched 1-1, and maybe this will end with a 1-flag decider. Now, SSG has to worry about a 3rd flag going in for the side of Omen.
Us finds a kill on his side of the map as well, clears out a little bit of pressure coming from SSG. That's 2 dead for SSG. Septify will be taken down, but at the halfway point on the map, picking up those kills only means progress to fight those respawners. Lethal finding his kill, and Lethal challenging from the window. Eco down to no shields, and I'll tell you what, SSG are probably starting to feel a little bit shaky here. 4 minutes left isn't a huge amount of time with the pattern of this game that we've seen so far.
And Septify, the only one, and barely, by the way, positive on the side of Omen, and it's becoming a little bit of a recurring tale, Mark. The fact that what you've got here is kind of a team of pretty legendary veteran players now being, even though they're largely winning a slaying battle, right, so far being outscored here at 2-1.
Overshield in the hands of Suppressed. This is the opportunity that SSG need to take. Need to find the kills. They've already found 2 of them. Septify being an absolute nuisance finally will be taken down, and the flag will start to move. So the timing is pretty good. Lethal will get a kill bottom middle, but he gets taken down as well. Suppressed is shadowing his flag player back, but pressure consistently coming in, and SSG are trying to force this one, and they're 4 dead. Hus will get this return.
And just like that, another 2 minutes will tick down off the clock, and it feels like what finally felt like a moment where SSG had found what felt like stable ground for them at that 1-1 tie has just kind of been unraveled yet again. And as we said, it's actually still now, as we look at the numbers, still Omen now all back in the negative on the side of their stage, but somehow they're still winning this game. And Spartan now running what could be, at least getting a pull on what could be a final flag. Ooh.
I heard that connect.
I heard a melee.
Well, that's 2-0. It's certainly 3-0 when you come to if that beatdown should have connected, because I'm sure the Spartan would join us.
He would love to chat about
He
that,
would
actually.
love to talk about that one, yeah. Septify, though, with the pressure on the SSG side, this is not good news for SSG. You don't want to be fighting back towards your own base, worried about the sniper rifle that you might be losing. You need to get onto the Omen side and put some pressure on them. You're down 2-1, and with just under 2.5 minutes left, Andy, this is a worrying start here for SSG.
It is. I think I'm all, you know, I won't panic earlier than needs to happen when you're talking about veteran players like SSG. So we'll see if we have to get there. We'll see what these last 2 minutes have in store, but now in a 2v2. 3 dead. Huss is your last player alive, but he is holding off a suppressed run.
Overshot's coming up as well. If this goes the way of SSG, we could see a tie game. However, if Omen can challenge it, if Omen can get it and deny SSG picking it up, then we could see...
Oh my God.
SSG running this flag home. Suppressed is going nuts. And now has to continue running that flag himself. Spotty was last alive. Huss off the respawn slows the flag down. Huss off the respawn finds 2. And somehow this flag is not moving.
Yeah, slow flag movement overall, right?
Because there. Who gets the touch?
Buys them time. Sparty last player alive. Eco should be able to stay alive here yet again. Maybe a touch again.
They hits.
Ooh, maybe get through. Does get through. Wow.
Hit for
This is a slow, steady, staggered run, but I think it's going to go. I think we're good. Finally, we'll go in, and we're tied up 2-2 with now just 1:15 left. And with the way it's gone, I think overtime is not out of the question.
Looking like that might be calling right now. 2 dead for SSG. Oh, some numbers on their side finally. You have to say a lot of this work has been down to Suppressed in and around the base. You know, he's starting the fights, he's winning the fights, and then he's returning to continue the run that he starts. So Suppressed having a really strong game when you're looking at objective work that's being done in the base alongside the flag. 19 and 14 for him. On the Omen side, this is going to feel like a heartbreak if you let this one slip through your fingers. We're still tied up at 2-2, but with 40 seconds left, being up 2-0 in this game.
Yeah. Ring ring. It's not the banana phone. It's not London calling. It's overtime calling. Only 30 seconds left.
Never is it?
Shame, really.
I think it's extinct technology.
I had it. Did you see? I had a banana phone yesterday.
Oh, you did actually,
Yeah.
You were struggling to get reception a couple of times, but
Always in a room like this. Big room.
Overshield is coming up bottom middle. 10 seconds until that West pops. That could be where the game goes. If someone could get a flag moving. Huss is on the flank again. Huss is going to get a flag moving. Or maybe he's going to flank behind. Spartan finds one. Stella finds one. Overshield is still up. SSG have control of the ring. Going to overtime here. Next flag wins.
Probably a position, to be honest, SSG did not want to find themselves in when you look at kind of, especially just the seeds, right? If you think about going up against a lower-seeded Omit. But let's not forget, very talented players on the side of Omit. And I think, Mark, one thing we haven't talked about in this B-Stream matchup just yet, at the Halo World Championship, everything's a bit different, right? And when you now add on the layer of the fact that this is, you know, widely publicized and widely known as the last Halo Infinite event, and therefore likely the last Halo event for at least a little while, feels like when you look at a team like Omit, any other tournament, we might, you know, kind of go by the seeds, but it feels like it's anyone's tournament here. And Omit has shown that they are not going to go down without a fight, and they're even looking to take game number 1.
They certainly are indeed, and Spartan with the overshield is getting that flag moving. After he picks up a kill inside of the base, make sure to take those nades down so respawners will not be able to shoot those and remove that overshield. Scary moments here for SSG fans. 2 dead. There is one player who might be able to stop this, but Spartan is going to round the corner, and Spartan will win it for Omit. They win game number 1 in overtime, 3-2, and SSG are reeling.
Slayer.
Welcome back, everybody, to Bravo, and welcome back to Bravo.
Thank you.
That was the last time, I'm going to get all of those in.
Just get them in,
it's
yeah.
the last event.
I don't mind it.
Come on, man.
I mean,
Give me a break on this one. But Omit
no
are up by
skin
one.
off my back.
Omit are up by 1, Andy, and Space Station are not in the position they would have expected to be in this series.
Really thinking about that, it would be painful to have skin actually taken off your back. That's something I never really got into, but also painful is a game 1 loss, like you said, for the side of SSG. And Omit now leading 1-0, and they're going to look to do even one better, and maybe even still out the Slayer. Let's see what Suppress can do with your first camo of the game.
I was proud of myself then when you said that, and I was like, I'll leave that there. Painful to have skin off your back. Anyway, moving forward with Suppressed, with the camo and the shock rifle. Should be able to pick up a comfortable kill here.
Should.
That's a,
Gets help.
that's a lot of missions. But they do get the kill, and Space Station will find themselves up 5-3 at the start of this game, with camo shock still in their hands.
And you feel like for SSG, it probably needs to get figured out in pools, right? I don't think there's a world where they have a pool play performance that is mid and lacking and just, you know, kind of leaves more to be desired. I don't think there's a magical pill they take in the bracket where all of a sudden they're able to turn it on. It feels like it needs to get figured out in pool, so this is a very big game number 2 for them.
Yeah, I agree. This is certainly would have been a wake-up call. It needs to be a wake-up call, that game number 1. The way that they lost it as well, I think it would have been very frustrating. Like, it wasn't like it was a scrappy game from Omit. Every time Omit got the flag running, they capped it. It was pretty efficient from Omit. Even though SSG outslayed them, it was the same story rearing its head that we have alluded to at the start of the series, right? It's just efficiency that's been the biggest problem for SSG. Kills has not been a problem.
It really is.
Teams who built themselves on efficiency when they were winning last year, it's train for like Miko Stella.
It has to be, especially because, like you said, when the work's being done, when the groundwork is done in the slates, but it really just comes down to kind of interesting timings. There must have been so many VOD reviews for this team, you know? If you take a look tied here at 11-11, there must have been so many VOD reviews where they're trying to figure out, were there assumptions made? Is it a comms issue? And it looks like based on the game 1, there's still a little bit of that lingering, but a lot of Halo still to play, of course, a long tournament ahead of us. We'll see if SSG can, as they do manage to get 4-kill lead very nicely, maybe extend that even further. That was a clean 4 dead.
First time we've seen it though, and Omit have actually done a really good job of it. Even though they might find themselves in the back of a 3-4 dead, like they kept it somewhat close, being able to fight back, but back-to-back 4 dead is a very different situation as SSG do start to just press onto these respawners as well. Leeds have already taken damage, 1 player off the respawn already taken down, and now it's 20-30. That feels like a much different feeling game right now.
That's actually a 9-2 run over those last 2 passages, so essentially a double 4 dead with very minimal kills taken the other way. And they will continue on that path here at 22-15, so really strong kind of mid-game at the midpoint rally coming in from SSG, but a few kills do go the way of Omit.
Another camo goes to SSG though, and when you take into account that power-ups and power weapons have gone exclusively to SSG so far in this game, Omit have done a really good job
I agree.
at keeping this close. Huss finds another one as well, and even though Falcated's on the flank and on the prowl, kills being picked up elsewhere. Trade again here for Omit. Well, you trade him while the camo's still active on the map. Probably going to be pretty happy in that situation. Find the 1v1. Fal has to reload now. Camo has dissipated. He whiffs. But does get a little bit fortunate to find that 75 was already preoccupied with another SSG player.
How about Stellar, by the way? 12-5. In a game they only lead by 6, so he is currently the difference maker without a doubt. And you think of a player like Stellar, and I was just talking to a few people backstage about this, it's hard to imagine Stellar not giving it his all. I mean, think about what this player has achieved in Infinite, right? He hit all new heights and put on slaying performances and sniping performances that I think you could say have not even been rivaled the way he did it. It was kind of unbelievable where we couldn't even catch our breath with the amount of headshots he was hitting in rapid succession and frenzies with the snipe. And you get the feeling now, here he is showing up in 13-5. He's not going to leave a lot behind. I think he wants to show up in a very big way at the Halo World Championship.
Yeah, it's about legacy, right? It's not just about placement, it's how you remember at the end of the title. If Stella has a dud event here and SSG have a dud event, begin to look back on those times feeling a long time ago instead of a reminder of just how good this guy is. So Omit Even though they've lost what feels like every camo and barely touched the shock rifle, are still in this game. It's a 5-kill game between the two. You have to wonder what's going to happen if they do get a power-up, and in 25 seconds, they're going to have an opportunity to do exactly that.
Yeah, it was just a 12-kill game or so, and as you say, that has been all but wiped, and Stellar had his kind of KD whacked as well. He's just 13-7 now, and while still impressive, it certainly isn't the same number that he started the game with. This one's dangerously close now, just a 1-kill game. Oh my goodness, what a comeback here.
3 dead as well for SSG. It's a tie game. Stella does finally get the kill to give SSG a little bit of advantage once again. Stick on the head is going to hurt, and it's going to keep this game close, though, in that situation. Where is that camo, though? That's the question. It's surely going to go over to SSG, who win the fight in and around that power-up coming up. So a 3-kill advantage and another camo going to SSG. Omet have just not been able to find the kills when that camo has popped up.
It felt like, especially with the game tied at 31-31, didn't it? It might have been the turning point, but SSG somehow rallies back. As you say, they get a staggered 4 dead, and it leads, more importantly, to this camo control and the lead. Ooh, nice little peek.
Well, Omet have managed to overturn these kind of situations already in this game. Hey, look at this. They're doing it again. As soon as the camo dissipates, as soon as they deal with that, they're able to keep the game close. 39-34 now. Spartan is last alive, takes a little bit of damage, and Eco smartly stays alive in this situation, leading the team with assists at the moment. Kevin Smith, 6-9 and 9 for him. And this man feasts on the damage that Eco will put out. Omet at the moment trapped on the loop. Trapped at back tram. It's not looking good for him.
Oh, wow, look at that. Stellar, really nice 2-for-1 there. In the end, it's 3 dead. And last player's lethal should be cleaned up easily, and he is. That's now 43-35. This should be the home stretch for SSG. Just about a slaying rotation and a half to close it out.
Barnes going to catch the press off guard here. Excuse me, Septify is going to help him out. Stella will find the shock. Maybe able to just make this a comfortable win for SSG and tie the series up at 1-for-1 with a couple of headshots here. 6 to go here for SSG.
Yeah, let's see what he can do. We've seen, as we said, this man put on shows and historic performances with similar precision weapons in hand. 46 kills on the board. He stays alive as well.
Plenty of ammo to work with here for Stella. Just waiting for those shields to come back before re-peaking some of these respawners. A couple of more trades going down in the favor of SSG. That means it's just 2 to go now. And even though Omet have had to fight and claw and scrap to stay in this game, Andy, I think with just 2 deaths to play with here, we can probably start to write this one up as a series being tied at 1-1.
Yeah, important resilience here from SSG. Let's not forget, to have this game tied at 31-31 was definitely in the danger zone. But now, as you say, just 2 kills away from closing it out, make it 1.
Stella the chance to win it with a headshot. And of course he hits it. Beautiful stuff from Stella. Here's the headshot for the 50th kill, 50-38. The final score here, Omet and Space Station now tied up at 1-1 in the series. cool little dude.
Strongholds.
Welcome back, everybody, to the B stream. It's just going to be me holding it down for a few seconds' time. SSG versus Omit, tied up a 1-1 after a good win and a strong win for SSG in game number 2. In the slam matchup, we saw it was 50-38, the final score here. We're actually going to have a restart potentially by the looks of things, because as good as SSG are, I feel like it's unfair if Lethal decides that he's going to play for them as well. So a 5v3 is going to be ended here, and we will get back into the game in just a few moments' time.
Strongholds. Enemy team score.
Lethal was last alive, and you would expect this might become a knockout very, very quickly, especially with Suppressed clicking on some heads at the moment and sending fragments of skull all over the place, Andy.
Suppressed, a little more damage as well. Almost ekes out yet another headshot to the tally, but Spartan does not know. Second shot will connect. Killing spree, trip cap under control. Big points on the board for SSG, and maybe they're catching a little bit of form in this series.
Yeah, 5-0 to start here for Suppressed. Very, very strong start for him. And Omit at the moment struggling to get 4 players back on the map. First 2 are going to be picked up by Eco, and now they can collapse. Even though they've managed to get C back in their control, that's 3 dead. Suppressed has just found out what last alive is. Little ring around the rosy, doesn't get the trade, but you'd imagine Spartan should be cleared up pretty quickly, and they will be able to flip C back into their control. So scoring heavily in the favor of SSG as is control and slays everything going their way.
SSG fans going to be happy to see the Game 2 and the Game 3 resilience that's coming in from this team, just because maybe Game 1 a little bit worrying, but wow, it's coming in as well, and that one will be traded out top gold in the end. And nice kills coming in. 3 deads. Septify, last player alive for Omit.
FL will be able to finish the conversion of B, and Spawn's going to be over at A, so they should be able to actually pinch pretty quickly here, SSG, after Falcated has managed to pick up this pinch. I was going to say pick up this cap and then look to start the pinch. First pick goes to Stellar again. Lots of information on where they are as well. Of course, with them stepping inside of that stronghold, Spartan is going to be one of the final two remaining players alive here for Omit. He goes down as well, and the triple cap's going to continue here. Omit are struggling, and SSG have just got a stranglehold on him.
As you say, every time it feels like there's maybe an opening for Omit, instead, SSG pounces right back. It will be Omit finally controlling C here, but already 130 uncontested points on the board for SSG. They're making quick work of this game.
Smart managed to get away with the camera, but he's going to be chased down. So power up is neutralized. Finally, Omit have a few minutes to have equal numbers on the map. Momentary 2v2 here. They're going to try and flip A and play for the AC hole, trapping SSG over and pipes on the spawn. Good shots from Septify as well to pick up another kill. Might have a chance to get some points on the board here, but with 104, I was going to say might have a chance. C's just been converted immediately by SSG, so the donut is still looking tasty here for SSG. They are 150 points up to 0.
I mean, yeah, it feels like you're seeing a different SSG here, right? I think compared to what we've seen this entire series, it feels like there's been gaps. There's been a slow start in game number 1. They let things get a little bit too close there, and even the Slayer came within reason. But now, again, SSG is just playing on a different kind of quality bar here. Trip cap again at the 170 mark. C will start to flip again, but SSG still taking advantage of the map control.
Okay, just looking. Fun. You can tell he wants to kill. Good damage beginning to come in though, and he manages to play his life very, very well. Omit might be close to get their first point on the board here, and yes, indeed, they do get their first point on the board, but I feel that's going to be short-lived as 2 players have fallen. SSG still with 4 alive on the map, and should just be a matter of time now until a conversion starts to come in for SSG. But again, they wrap through, they take their time, and feeling the numbers they had there, Andy, there's an opportunity to at least get a stronghold moving.
Yeah, and I think if you're an SSG fan here, it's just a welcome return to form here when you see a player like Suppress, right, 13-4 in this game right now, just kind of taking over. And it feels like we're seeing glimpses and glimmers of what we expect from these players. You know, when you think of these names, you expect big hop-off performances.
I will say, though, the last 20 or 30 seconds is concerning about SSG. He's quite to find one with his shot rifle. Maybe he lines it up, which he does.
Whoa.
But think, there was a 4v2 on the map. SSG had control. They weren't able to get in a stronghold. They didn't get in a stronghold. They took other routes around strongholds instead of jumping in. And Omit have continued to score because of that. And then off the follow-up team fight that's gone down between the 2 teams, Omit have won that. And now they have a triple cap. So those little moments, it's almost as if like they expect to win the game before they've done what they need to do to win the game.
Yeah, and also, I mean, just look at these last few moments. It essentially is an 85, 86, and counting to 30 stretch. It was 150-0. Not that long ago, so quite a rally coming in here from Omit, and I do agree with all the good graces and everything that we just said that SSG had earned over the opening part of the game. Instead now, Omit honestly right back in this here with a 100-point run.
It's those kind of mistakes that you look at and you're thinking maybe later in the bracket you don't get away with.
Yeah.
I think Omit are kind of highlighting that misstep for SSG. Don't get me wrong, I am in particular being hypercritical of SSG because we know the caliber of player and what they want to achieve here at the Halo World Championships. But those kind of moments that you look at, you're like, oh, maybe there was something that could be tightened up a little bit here, but Suppress is continuing to slay convincingly here, and with a camo in his hands, SSG are back scoring. And now they're starting to close in with a triple cap looming as well on taking this game and going 2-1 in the series.
Yeah, big job being able to rally back here and not only regain composure, but regain the trip cap and 3 dead, and now have a nice little long haul trap. We'll see what Suppress can do. I thought there was a shock up. I think he's going to go back and maybe try to get it. He will indeed.
Be able to hold the basic angles of that. It's a nice headshot on the Spartan, but not going to be able to connect with another one because SSG do close out very convincingly. It was a little run in the mid game from Omit, but SSG in the end keep them below 100 points. It'll be 250-99, and SSG will be 2-1 up in the series. Welcome back, everybody, once again to Omit versus Space Station Gaming. SSG with a dominant victory on Recharge Strongholds in our previous game. Find themselves now up 2-1 as we head over to Lattice. The first time we've had to cast this tournament, Andy. A bit of Lattice. How do you feel about that? Love a little bit of Lattice.
I do like Lattice. I think it is also a good, excuse the alliteration, litmus test for teams. And can you play this game very fast and just kind of be constantly rotating? There's not that many game types in Halo Infinite that require almost the rig-esque rotations, if you will. Just kind of head on a swivel. We're checking that side, now we're checking that side. It feels a little bit rig-like in that regard.
Space Station going to have the early advantage here, well, not just the kills, but with Stella getting a sniper rifle. It's a scary proposition for anyone. But is still in a neutral position though. QT's still up as well. The team going to be able to get hold of that power up at the start of the game. Lethal going to give away his position, but also makes Stella just double think where he is. Eco's going to pick up that damage. Falcated finds another, and immediately the ball will be grabbed, but it looked like it was a grab actually from the Omid side. Just to keep this a little bit dicey. SSG guessing. Lovely little shot they're coming in from Stella, and this is where you start to feel that Stella is feeling it. That kind of shot, that kind of quick scoping and swiping and still connects with big heads.
And for me, the question is also, how does everyone around Stellar show up in a big way? Because let's not forget, when Stellar went on his huge sprees and just kind of dominant and now historic clips, you knew that everyone around him was doing kind of underappreciated dirty work to pave the way for him to set up those sprees. So I think we've seen Stellar already with good numbers in the series. The question is, how does the team as a whole perform this weekend?
Only 8 points at the moment. Omid are going to be the owners of those points. No shields to the back of the base here. Falcade has to be very, very careful. This is shields back just in time. He's going to have it chipped away now in the pitch. By two players from Omid. Spartan's going to get that kill and flush him out. And Sacrifice going to grab that obble. So SSG with 2 in the death screen and more time on the board here for Omid. This is a good start from them.
19 non-fungible points to their name. You won't see those being
heavily on the blockchain.
Yeah, heavily traded around. Sacrifice going to pick up a melee, but he's also not moving. But then he moves again. Maybe just insane amount of screen watching going in there. Not sure. I think everyone had a small heart attack, but we're still on board with him here. He's going to rotate the ball outside and see if he can slay.
He does have a player on his team who unfortunately has been fallen victim to a dodgy cable. But we'll leave that one there. Relive that one. Sacrifice certainly showing that the roller is working right now. 25, 26 and rising points on the board here for Omid. It's been a really strong hold here actually around the ice side of the map. Controlling these two bases, kind of the ice side in general, you can spread yourself out, gives you really good line of sights onto the respawners here on Lattice. Well, you see Stronghold's favorite hold usually being that AC hold.
Yep.
Very similar for positioning here on Oddball, and finally SSG will manage to break. 36 points already on the board though for Omid. Very good stuff.
How about Husk? 9-4 off the rip. Speaking of, he's their first man in on this push. Trade's not coming through there. Instead, it's a very nice QT, I believe, coming in from the other side. Instead, a few points on the board here now for SSG. 3 dead
for Omid. Septified's got a sniper rifle though, and well, it felt like the numbers were going to start to flow his way. Septified starts to take over. That was 1, 2, maybe even a third kill. He's bodied Eco as well. Septified almost single-handedly blowing through the defensives here, and he jumps back up with that sniper rifle and puts it to use once more. So Septified has a nice little run here. He's at 7 and 5, and still that lead is in the favour of Omid here. 2-2 on the map, but Oppo is in a neutral position between those two respective players of each team.
You really get the feeling that SSG on their side of the stage is just not going to want this to go to a game 5. It feels like they've played well enough where they should really close this one out, but you could just tell that Omid is here to play in this game number 4, and as you said, still leading on a relatively low-scoring game, only 36-15 with 2 minutes left.
2 players from Omid in and around green at the moment, just playing around that crystal structure. SSG will bring the ball back towards the protective gaze of Suppressed with his sniper rifle in his hand. Spartan going to poke. Lethal gets a kill though, which is going to make the next few shots a little bit more scary, a little bit more pressured.
Oh, perfect push.
And Septify and Spartan will combine to not only take down Suppressed with that sniper rifle, but turn the oddball and the weapon back over to them. A really strong push from Omid. Yep. SSG are 3 dead.
3 dead. Foul, your last player alive, and he's a spawner. Slowly going to make his way bottom middle, it looks like. So Spartan likely getting those comms and also try to track spawners as well. Doesn't connect with anything just yet, though.
still oddball in the hands of Omit here, 54 to 29. You think about the amount of time that was meant to be put up by either team in consecutive pushes. 1 minute 40 left on the clock. SSG, having got the 4 dead they were so desperate for, now have the opportunity to get a strong setup here. Everything that they could want in this situation is in their hands, but are they able to hold and win these fights now to try this, or at least bring this game close?
That's the question. Like you said, all eyes start to slowly drift away from the scoreboard and closer to the game clock just because Eco hits that. Almost tries to go through the QT stick. That will not connect though, so he'll be taken down. 3v3 on the map.
Ow!
Wiggles.
No. Those wiggles, those hips do not lie. Shakira coming in from Sparty. Beautiful shots coming in from him to make this a little bit more dicey. I was about to say, SSG probably a little bit frustrated. Eco probably a little bit frustrated with how that first death went down on that hole, considering he had the QT as well to try and get away from that situation. Usually you see those players be the more expressive ones on the map who can get that first kill almost guaranteed.
Oh, baby, when you strafe like that.
You make a caster go mad.
Yep, we're all mad here for the Sparty strafe. But still work to be done here. 60 seconds left on the clock, and it's just under a 20-second lead for Omit in the round. 2v2 on the map. Here they come.
I'm
says
just
nope.
showing great resilience right now, as I am have to do the loudest Shakira impression that you possibly could. You've heard it. It's terrible and loud and annoying. I'm not going to do it. So the Spartans continuing on the hits run, and Omit continuing on their form. 74 points to the board, Andy. They're getting pretty close to winning this first round.
Not the first time we've seen Sparty with the QT, and he's putting it to use. Killing spree for him, and just really locking down mid-map. But when you have a player like Spartan with an extra kind of advantage and cushion to the QT, it just becomes pretty devastating. He's reminding us why here. Even more damage, even more kills. 91 on the board.
I think this might be round. 3 dead, 4 dead. That's going to be SSG all falling,
goodness.
and Lole. It's Omit who win it, Andy. And Omit will be 1 up here on last oddball. Well, let's see what's coming in the second round here.
Ball incoming.
Trying to really hold in a
Not full blown.
Okay, if you're an Omid fan, you're happy. If you're an SSG fan, you're sad.
If you're a Shakira fan, you're eclectic.
They're going to say if you're a security guard, you're working hard to keep this event safe, and we thank you for your service.
Stella with a sniper rifle in his hand, not connecting. A little bit uncharacteristic to see him missing those kind of shots. Maybe a little bit of frustration, and it would be understandable as Hus will use that sniper rifle to contribute to a double kill of his own. And I tell you what, Omid played some really solid Halo in these objective games we've seen so far. You can tell that they've gone away and seem to put a lot of work in. Spartan at the moment, 14 and 11. Certainly leading the way with some big kills and big moments as well. But look at the SSG side, still outslaying.
Yep.
Andy, still outslaying, but the objective work just not good enough in that first round once again.
Yeah, it's kind of the same story we've been telling, and it feels like that continues to happen for SSG. However, they do get a break, they do get a hold, and now, with the 20-point lead, we'll see if they can hold yet again.
Enemy has the ball.
SSG with a pretty good hold here, 2-2 on the map. Suppressy's going to be last alive as Over do get the kills. Suppressy's going to throw that ball out into a neutral position to make it a little bit more difficult.
Oh my god.
And off the back of the G slide, leaves a little gift on the midriff, Andy.
Giggity, wiggity, stickity, beautiful little, as you said. The G-slide timing there to hit that stick was really nicely done. We'll see if that will be a difference maker for their side. However, Omit already having the lead, and then some, of SSG.
Enemy has the ball.
You're later.
It's tempting, it's in the back of my head as well. 10 points between the two teams. Over with the oddball in their hands once more, and they've already shown that they can put multiple points on the board if they do get a 2-3 dead situation. Lucky for SSG fans, Stella's going to find a couple, but this 1v1 can be really important, and Falcade will win it. Hus is there to trade it out as well, and I'm going to say Hus has picked up some important kills himself at the moment. Septified, by the way, 12 and 12 in this game with most assists for his team, and by far and away the most objective time. Very strong game from him so far.
He was finally taken down, but had some very nice damage before they took him down. 2v2 on the map. And it will be a lead change as Omit will now get back into the lead in this round. And SSG needs to be careful because could be just minutes or even less away from forfeiting this game and going to a game number 5.
Second game 5, maybe looming. This is what a weekend's going to be like, 'cause if so, I'm here for it.
I'm here for it. So is Shakira.
Enemy has
She
the ball.
just told
I
me.
was about to say that's incorrect. Shakira is not here in the building.
No, but she said she's stoked and watching the stream from wherever it is that she lives. Probably a nice house. Based on the hits.
So from Shakira's nice house back to this game, Space Station find themselves 4 dead, a 10-point difference between the two teams. And Omit with their hands on that odd ball once more, Andy. And I tell you what, if you're SSG right now, I am not liking the feeling that must be going around in the grey matter of these players. It's got to be a tough situation. You know, you expect to come into a series like this and really run away with it based on the history of these two teams so far this season, but they are being made to fight for every single kill, every single point that they're having to collect at the moment. And this is the Halo World Championships. They really shouldn't have expected any less. Omit are here to play.
They really are. I think Omid, a team that really, because of where they've been placing, you know, still very, I think, respectable, of course, in terms of the history books of professional Halo, and also very storied players on this roster. But good.
Okay, team.
Speaking of storied players, Lethal reminding everyone what he's capable of. Incredible precision there. That will be 4 dead. And they will likely begin a hold yet again. He's got his reticle trained and waiting for the push.
This man loves the Halo World Championships as well, remember?
Yep.
He's a Halo World Champion himself. Knows how to get it done. Multiple-time Halo World Champion. And Omit will go back into a lead. And with a sniper rifle still in his hands, and still plenty of ammo as well, should he choose to reload and put those bullets in the chamber. There's a chance for TJ to hit some more big shots, but everyone just avoiding him at the moment. Does hit the body onto Eco. That'll be cleaned up. A double kill here for Huss in the back of the base, but Spy is now last alive, and he runs in a straight line into a bullet from Stella. And that one kind of hurts.
Tries to get there, as you said, and it was also a late play.
Post-haste.
What's that say?
It felt post-haste.
Yeah, it did. In poor taste or post haste?
Not sure. I remembered.
It's going to be something that sounds an awful lot like those words, without a doubt. 2 dead here for SSG, though. Spartan now trying to break the defenses.
SSG still with the lead in this round, but it is extremely tight. Just over 2.5 minutes left in the round. Septify has the ball in his hands again. By the way, 120 points of ball time Septify has at the moment. And the most important ones might be the ones that he's picking up right now, because tying the game up at this point gives them an opportunity here to keep continuing to fight for this position they have on the map. Eco, little flank here, waiting for the push coming in from Huss. Huss maybe gets a little bit ahead of the game there, but Spy will trade that kill out. 3v3. Game completely around, completely tied up at this point.
Yeah, 72 to 72. And tell you what, this game specifically has delivered between these two. You could tell there's not much separating them. And the question is, will we see a 3rd round? Right now, SSG wants to make that the case.
SSG gets themselves into a lead here, but they have sacrificed a couple of kills to do so, and a couple of deaths, I should say. Great shots coming in from Lethal. Great target prioritization from him as well. Eco will be next. It's a big double kill. It's 3 dead for SSG.
Big moment here. And a lead still extending here from
Oh,
Omen as they will hold. The ball was not tossed out, by the way. Even though they had numbers, they did not get the ball tossed. 89 points on the board.
Yeah, 90 points on the board. They are closing in on a Game 4 victory here. So Press is going to fly through the front of the base. He'll be taken down by Lethal. We're having a storming game here. And having a storming moment as SSG will be 3 dead. And Omid will send us to a Game 5 here. They win Lattice Opal 2-0. And boy, oh boy, are we in for a potential massive upset here.
Yole, yole, yole.
Slayer.
Game 5, everyone. Omit versus SSG. If you haven't been here, where have you been?
Where have you been?
Because it's great to have you here. Yeah, seriously, we're actually feeling much more comfortable that you are here to keep us safe and sound. So game number 5 is where we find ourselves, Andy. I don't think many people would have called this.
No. I got to check my pick'ems, but I did not have. By the way, I didn't have any good pick'ems because I don't think I
I was going
legally.
to say you didn't have picks.
No, I do, but I just screenshotted it. I didn't hit submit because I wanted to know what my picks were in pools. And I didn't have game 5 in this series. Let me tell you that much.
Well, Slayer is going to be the game type, of course, for game 5, and we're going to be on live fire for it. It's a great start here for SSG, but Huss has managed to get away with this sniper rifle. That's last alive.
Nicely done. Also, I'm really impressed with some of the stuff we saw from Huss in that last game. Really good numbers, even plays the snipe. Nice conservative play. Likely will be taken down here. Maybe a little bit of extra damage. Nope. 6-0, by the way, off the rip.
Is going to be picked up here by Space Station. No surprise when you pick up 6 uncontested kills. You should be able to pick up the first power-up of the game. And a great start from Falcade. 3-0 at this point. Does have the repulse as well as the camo and the sidekick, so he can do a lot of damage very, very quickly. Only trying to slow things down, and they are eagle-eyeing that garage door. They are eagle-eyeing the big door.
That one felt unsupported, right? They did not have anyone nest bridge. They did not have anyone nest. And I'm thinking if you're pushing green, maybe you have someone at least sandbags, but 2 players, as you say, pushing out big door, easy to eagle-eye, easy to shut down, and just like that, they're under pressure. And what was essentially an uncontested 7-kill game is now just a 4-kill game.
A few times, though, great shots though coming in from Falcade. That's the difference maker, right? That's what you can do. It's a killing spree for him off the start, 5-0, but an individual fight being won, hitting every single bullet with that sidekick at that range, all of a sudden it just gives you that little bit of breathing room. And I think that might be the difference at the end of this series. Continues to play this kind of style.
Nice damage once again. Finishes 1 player, damage on the other 2. This should provide a lot of space for Space Station to push up. They're not exactly taking full advantage of it.
Let's get pushed here. Spartan actually finds the kill in that situation instead of just being taken down in a 2v1 situation. Versus Septify, that one's going to be called a score draw. Both players are out 40-11, and Omit is starting again, even without power-ups, without camo, finding ways back into these games.
Could do. Picks up 1 as well, and they are fully now back in the game. And what was a 7-0 lead is now, instead of just a 1-kill game here at 15-14.
It was a 6-0 start with camo snipe in the hands of SSG. Well, camo in the hands of SSG and sniper off the map. So all the advantages were in their hands. And now it's 16-16. Huss finds another one. By the way, Huss is playing some Halo right now. I keep saying him pop up with perfects in the feed, so he isn't missing many bullets. And to be honest, every POV we've been watching, including Lethal on your screen right now, everyone's shooting extremely well on the Omen side.
Pretty surprising to see, once again, SSG come out with such a strong lead, and it now be all but erased. Oh my, Suppress stays alive as well. We could look back on that moment as a turning point in the game, because when you look at live fires, there's often a failed push or a successful push or a single moment in a game that can define a close game. That one honestly could be it. You were essentially tied there on what should have been a freebie kill, but somehow Suppressed makes sure he doesn't even trade and then stays alive.
Wow. Lethal taken down as well, just got spied out, trying to play that sneaky corner where maybe he's going to wait for support and pop out and try double team Suppress with that sniper rifle, but instead, Suppress sees him first. However, good feed again, even though Suppress is hitting some good shots here, Omit getting trades elsewhere. Eco finally gets the kill to give him a little bit of breathing room, and now Suppress can wait and get his shields back, 27-20. I get the feeling that Omit maybe just give themselves too much to do in these situations. There's only so many times you can go to the well and come up with some water.
Felt like needed to slow the game down or do the best they could to slow the game down. Instead, honestly, Suppress, look at this, killing spree now, and guess what? It's a 7-kill game. Suppress staying alive with the snipe top middle, and I believe it was with the Battle of Huss. It should have been a win. It should have somehow at least been a trade. Instead, now it's a 10-kill game. That's what we talk about in Halo Infinite, right? When you talk about the margins here, all it takes is one player staying alive in one place on the map, and all of a sudden you have a game that gets blown out of control.
Lethal down, no shields. Lethal wins the fight, though, against Suppressed. First time that we've seen CJ win a big fight in this series so far. But with 3 dead here for Omen, it was a fight that was won almost in vain, it feels like, as Falcated will pick up a nice double kill. Foul, by the way, in this game 5, 12 and 5. Pretty phenomenal stats when you look at it.
Yeah, and honestly, I think Foul is one of the players that we've talked about almost from return to center, but Foul is one of the players that has just done incredible things in this game on different rosters, and it feels like maybe if you're a Foul fan, you're hoping he has saved the best for last for the championships.
Go an aggressive challenge here. A couple of nades coming in from teammates to help him out, as does the Repulse, just to keep him away from the dangers of the Omen first players who were trying to push. 75 on the couple. That's 3 dead here for SSG. Falcated is last alive, but gets away with that camo, and with just 12 kills to go here, Andy. And the gap really started wider between the two teams. Someone needs to do something special, and Huss might have given them the smallest of windows to think about a comeback here.
Huss now is the one who gets the last laugh. He gets taken down, so just as quick as I say that, he's no longer laughing because he's on the death screen. But as you said, it was a really nice play top middle, but is it too little too late? Only 10 kills to go for SSG.
I think they just have making the most of that small opportunity in it. It looks like maybe that opportunity is just filtering away in front of them at the moment. SSG closing in, only needing 8 to close this game out, to close this series out. And even though Omit have given it everything in this series, a sniper rifle being put in the hands of Stellar at this point in the game, at this point of a series, you expect to see something here. At least hits one body, but set to fight again. Just saw it, Omit's never seen high attitude.
Yeah, he finally gets taken down. Sparty tries to make something happen top mid, but when you're on a bags push there and you're getting 2v1, it's almost impossible to come out with anything. It was 4 dead, now only 4 kills to go for SSG in this series.
Set to fight taken down. That was maybe the last hope there with the sniper rifle in his hands, that he would go on some kind of nutty run, but they're turning into the hands of SSG now. Omit, only 3 deaths to play with here. Suppressed is going to push forward. There's one, trying to do it in style. Misses the second. The QT, though, should take him into the waiting hands of his teammates. And with 2 kills remaining now, SSG so close to closing this out.
Almost 48 in the board. As you say, just 2 kills to go, make it 1.
1 kill to go. Who wants it? SSG. It's going to be Stellar who puts the final nail in the Omit coffin in this series. A great series, though, and a great showing from Omit. I think a reminder to everybody that this is different, this tournament. It's the Halo World Championships, and no series is going to be a simple one. But SSG overcome the test. They will win the series in a game 5, 3-2.
Strongholds. Strongholds.
All right, welcome back to the B stream. It's Clutch and Faisal, the OG duo. We're back in action. Optic Gaming versus Majin Club here, back in action. We're kicking off game 1 of Pool C here with Optic Gaming and Renegade on screen. And Renegade was on fire earlier today, Faisal. What did you see from him that really stuck out in the series against TSM that makes you believe Optic are here for a world championship?
Same thing we see from Renegade every single tournament, just complete dominance, hitting his shots, moving around the map perfectly, and on board now with Legend as 2 members fall from Majin. Optic trying to get some early control.
Yeah, if Optic do want that world championship, it can't be a one-man show. It's got to be all 4 clicking on all cylinders, but one of the players that I really think can elevate this team to the highest degree is Legend. Formal has found that camo. The snipe flying off towards him is a great job by Optic to throw that snipe towards him. And Formal now with camo snipe as we prioritize this series at hand. Let's see what he can give us here. Majin, of course, a European roster that's forced to play with the coach. It's unfortunate for them. I know things happen, but trying to make the most of it and trying to make the most of this series is going to be difficult with Formal. Snipe doesn't pull the trigger, and maybe a little bit of lapse there. You thought he probably thought he pulled the trigger there. It was going to be a headshot, but because he doesn't, his teammate actually goes down. Legend probably a little frustrated there with that death, but still Optic in control for now as B does get transferred and Majin start to score.
Yeah, that A-B setup did wonders right there for Optic, but now Majin able to convert the BC control. Mighty's goes down. Formal moving into this B hill. The sniper in hand gets a nice body shot. Make that a headshot on Septic. And control back in the hands of Optic.
Yeah, how ugly is this series going to be is my question. How warmed up are Optic? I mean, Faisal, when you went to a tournament and maybe you went to a game 5 with a team you didn't think was going to take you to game 5, but you won it, you feel probably pretty good for the rest of the day. Tell me what that's like and what it's like to have more series ahead of you after kind of going to war so early in the tournament.
Yeah, it's a good feeling knowing that you're in pool play, and if you can get some good matches, especially as an underdog, if you can push a team to their limits. It's a long weekend, Clutch, and you know that better than most. So you got to pace yourself, but obviously you got to take your wins and capitalize on your opportunities.
Certainly woke up Optic, and that's for sure. 80-14 now, the score. Heavily in Optic's favor. The second camo of the game coming up. Formal trying to create some space for that camo. Is going to be pushing bottom mid. Gets a repulse, able to relocate, maybe save his teammate's life. He does just that. And with camo coming up, Optic will have map control. It is going to be a push for Mighty's trying to deny that camo, but multiple members of Optic, too much for Mighty's to deal with, and they're going to have the second camo of the game as well.
Camo control for Legend, BC control for Optic, and that timer just keeps ticking in their favor as Legend with this camo trying to play a little bit aggressive here, working with this team as Sniper will be spawning in 5 seconds. Spots the player versus top middle. That's Kronos, and he just drops out of that fight. Now Legend picks up Sniper rifle with the camera.
Yeah, and this is where the game could get ugly. Legend was dominant with the snipe on live fire against CSM. Can he create that scene here? He's not hitting the first shot, but the second one's going to find him an easy kill on the Septic. He's going to relocate the top middle. Chick's going to be right in front of him. Can't hit the headshot on the Chick, but the body shot's all they really need. Chick was the last player alive. One player spawns Big Door. One player removed from the map from Big Door. Another player spawns camo. He gets removed. It's a double for Legend. You know he wanted more, but the last player alive actually gets split spawn, kicked out towards B. Kronos is going to jump into B, which is going to stop the trip cap for now, but the damage is already done, Faisal. 170-14.
Yeah, and Legend's teammates is doing such a good job allowing him to just have free reign over the map right now. He's just standing there, looks like shooting, bots almost in the game. They're not even looking at him, and that's all credit to his teammates.
This probably feels like Optic's searching matchmaking right now, and this is tough for the side of Majin. You know you didn't get to this event with your full team, and how much does that impact the individual performance of everyone else that's here? Just a little disheartened, you'd have to believe, but got to make the most of what is the last world championship of your Halo Infinite career. Able to stop the bleeding, and let's see how long they can hold a BC hold now that Kronos has elbow control.
Damage from the A side, trying to make his way over to B. Does he know that Chick is hiding? No, he doesn't. As Chick able to get some damage into Renegade. Formal stays alive, though, wisely. Not just to take that fight.
Take the trade.
Ultimately gets the trade. And remember to fall low for us.
Big one. They can take down Legend. They get respawns towards Mud. That's going to immediately force the hand of Legend as he gets grenaded out of B. And they're able to hold a setup. Hey, you do that about 15 more times, you'll be right back in this game. Let's see if Optic can break this setup now. A good first hold, that's a sign, a promising sign, and doing it against Optic is no easy task.
Yeah, Optic's so good at taking real estate on the map early. They spawned A, and within what seemed like 2-3 seconds, they were already bottom middle swarming, and now control back in the hands of Optic as Legend picks up another camo.
Yeah, he gets away with it too. Look at him, half shield, teammates on the way, able to find a kill. That's so annoying, but Septic does a good job to remove Legend. Legend a little greedy, maybe could have gotten away with that camo without even having to shoot that first player, but something to learn from there. It might not be perfect, but Optic break the setup. They're able to get into B. They're also going to be transitioning A. They're going to give up C, but Renegade wants C under his control, so he's going to push back tower, and let's see how well Majin read this flank. They get out of dodge pretty quick there.
Okay, picking up that kill on Chick for the trade. 3 members fall for Majin. Mighty's last one alive, and another trade cap in the card for Optic Gaming.
It's an Optic beatdown at this point, 200-69, and continuing to climb. It's Bound, 17-5-7, a player that multiple people have called out as far as maybe statistically not having the strongest tournaments. You'll love to see him off to a hot start on a championship Friday.
Yeah, Bound is going to be that player on Optic to watch for me. He's going to really need to play at the level that we know he can play for this Optic gaming roster to win the Halo World Championship.
I like that from Bound. He hits that shot, he relocates immediately. He knows that player's not going to give it to him. Loses a couple of teammates here. It's actually Renegade on the screen. Sorry about that. As he hits the first shot on the player, and Hill can't hit the quick scope, but Renegade going to allow his team to not only get A control, but the sandwich onto B is going to come. But Mighty's and Chick both finding kills makes this a difficult situation for Renegade. He's going to be forced to be special with this snipe. Kronos, the coach, he's taken down. Renegade finds that free kill. Player on the pillars takes him down, however, and Renegade's going to want that life back. It was a tough push in a 2-on-4 situation where Renegade wanted to create some space, but maybe the kill and the distraction that Renegade was able to provide has allowed Bound and company to take over, coming off respawn. And speaking of taking over, Jesus Christ, Bound, that was nice to add to 22, 5, and 9 for his score.
Yeah, great plays out of Bound here, and barely getting into the B stronghold, but that'll do it. Optic Gaming take game number 1 very comfortably against Majin.
Yeah, it's tough times for the coach, 4-14. You know, he was probably trying to grind as much as he could in the short window of time period he had, but catching up to Optic Gaming and what their ceiling is not an easy task, and you did not have enough time, sir.
Yeah, he did not ask for this. He did not ask to be playing against Optic Gaming right now, and unfortunately a tough game 1 for Kronos and the Majin boys. But it's a long series, Wes. It's a long weekend. Let's see if they can turn things around in game 2.
And it might not be a long series.
Slayer.
We are back with game number 2. Optic Gaming against Majin Club. Slayer on Aquarius. And we are going to start this one off on the side of Optic with Bound. Let's see what he does off the break.
I love what I saw from Bound in game 1 from this series. That's, I think, what we can take away when we're watching a team like Optic play Majin Club in the fashion that Majin is in right now. I think it's important to just pay attention to individual decision makings. How strong does Optic's teamwork? What do these setup breaks look like? What does their power weapon control look like? Right now, Optic looks phenomenal throughout the categories I just listed. Bound finds himself that camera so quick to get top middle of the route. And getting out of there is perfect. Relocating to get behind 2 players even better, as Bound finds a double to extend the lead from 5 to 3.
3 members fall from Majin. Quick lead on the side of Optic. Camel still in the hands of Bound, doing a lot of damage. Players on the Majin side trapped in that fridge, but good job taking out Bound there.
Yeah, great grenades, and Bound's got to play his life a little bit more. A little bit of an over challenge in that situation to kind of eat that. You know the respawners are going to have frags. You know that that's an easy ramp to nade the frag up. You want to stay alive with that camo, especially with the update of it being 45 seconds long. So better decisions can be made, but still the lead in Optic's favor, 7 to 6.
Working alongside a couple of his teammates here. Triangle offense for Optic. Just everyone's got each other's back, and they're pushing in sync.
Yeah, Majin's kind of split on the map 2 and 2. All the way across. Bound, Renegade both find kills. They are going to take down Renegade. This player at yellow tries to play his life as long as possible, but eventually gets taken down. And now Optic look to press the pedal to the metal right now as Legend gets the first 5 onto a respawner in the closet.
Double kill for Legend. A couple more players in this blue fridge. Septic takes him out.
Yeah, you can see the pace that Optic want to play at. I mean, traditionally they're one of the fastest, if not the fastest team in Halo Infinite right now, and they are not sparing Majin any time, giving them much of an opportunity to fight on even footing, split spawning players, forcing them across the map. They get information that both these two players, last two players alive for the team, they're going to push these players, and look, already being spat out across the map are the rest of Majin. It's so difficult to try and deal with the amount of pressure that these Optic players can put on. They found a couple of kills and success, denying some of the pressure, but already a 5-kill lead is everything you want to see as an Optic fan.
Optic is so good at pressing their advantages. The second you give them an inch, they will take a mile. Renegade putting down some shots across the map, going bottom middle. Such a central location to do so much damage and allow so many opportunities to escape. Renegade now jumping top middle, picking up this camo. Putting down good shots.
Nothing better than finding a couple of kills while you pick up the camo, knowing that you're putting the rest of the team on their back feet right now. Renegade jumping up onto the bridge, trying to get in there, but knows that there's a few players. Tries to get a quick kill and get out, but because, oh my God, he stays alive in that situation. I mean, so much action happening at him. And the way that he transitioned back onto the bridge, he let his camo revive to once again become hidden. I mean, that was perfect from Renegade and exactly what the doctor ordered to extend the lead, 26-15, and perfect play from Renegade with this camo.
And it seems like constantly, Wes, we're seeing Majin just spawn and kind of just turtle, almost playing a little bit scared. And Optic, when they smell blood, they are going to attack, and we're seeing that right now. Yeah,
it's a common theme. I think that's a mistake that a lot of teams make, is trying to slow the game down when it feels like the other team has control or the power-ups. When you slow the game down, that doesn't mean stop moving, because look at how Optic just swarm and really punish the other team. It's a double kill for Renegade. These players have nowhere to go because they slowed the game down. It's a triple now for Renegade as he starts to catch fire here. 10-3-5, and it looked like championship Renegade all day so far today. But I think you got to figure out ways to keep moving on the map to keep Optic at least off kiltered a little bit, but they don't have the answer here, not today.
34-18, 10 kills apiece for Legend and Renegade. Legend, one of the most aggressive players in the league, is running into the line again. Does so much damage, but Septic, Cronus able to get some kills as well. So a couple members make that 3 fall for Optic, but still a 14-kill lead for Optic.
Yeah, it's unfortunate. The biggest opportunity you feel like you probably had at getting map control in this game comes at 35-21. Still so much work to do, and on a map with no power weapons, it's going to be so difficult. Camo almost a must-get if you're on the side of Majin, but how do you continue to make up the difference here in the score? It's going to be so difficult, especially as Renegade's taking the route to already get bottom middle, 3 locusts to ping 2. He's just creating chaos. Legend finds 2 in the kill feed. Renegade finds another one, and their map control is immediately removed. Optic retake the map the second they come off spawn after having 3 down.
Expecting a potential lose spawn, but members of Majin spawn over at red. Excuse me, expecting a red spawn. They spawn at blue, and now Renegade bottom middle once again. Camo in the hands of Chick. So make that mighty. So first camo for the Majin club, but down by 16, only 10 kills left to go for Optic.
Yeah, you're down 16. It's almost unfathomable of them a comeback against what is considered to be the best team, if not the second best team in the world right now. 41-26. Mighty's with the weight of the world on his shoulders with this camo. Spots a player in the util, isn't able to find the kill, but his teammate does get the assist. A couple kills going in their favor, but still a 14-kill lead. Trades across the board benefit Optic, and the closer they get to 50, the more win conditions in Optic's favor as Majin on the road still.
Looking to avoid a steak dinner. That might be the most you can ask for right now, the way this game 2 is going.
45-29, Formal. Knows that there's a play on card. Chick tries to play his life, but gets taken down before he can even give Formal the kill. Formal wants to get involved in this action. Knows the players are in the util. The player no shield in front of him. Pumpkinhead down. Last player in the back of the util. Perfect shots from Formal. Bridge can get a triple to end the game. Nope, can't quite hit the shots, and honestly, it's such a disadvantage there. That would have been a special kill to end the game on. But these players are dead to right, Matt. Mighty's, he's going to take the death for the team there, and Optic will take a 2-0 series lead, 50-33.
Yeah, Optic really playing like they're on a mission right now. We've seen them kind of let their foot off the gas, especially in pool plays in previous HCS events this year, but I'm hoping they've learned from their mistakes, and they don't want to start, be the second team out of their pool. They want to win their pool. They want to make it to the finals through winner's bracket, and that's really going to help them find success this event.
Yeah, it was a series against TSM that really pushed Optic to the limit, and hopefully that woke them up. They have fallen short in pool play before. I'm not going to count this pool over yet, but I think this series, we'll be back to see Game 3, and we'll see if Majin can get back into it. But Optic looking as strong as ever, as you said.
Capture the flag.
Here we go, game number 3, capture the flag on Origin. Optic Gaming up 2-0 against Majin Clutch, coming off that close Game 5 win against TSM, now looking to go up 2-0 in their pools.
Yeah, it's tough if you're in the shoes of Majin, especially when you find yourself down 0-2, but playing an Optic Gaming that was pushed to the brink of losing a series, a Game 5, I mean, that's the last thing you want to do for your first series of the tournament right now. And Renegade, the last player you want to be playing when he's on fire. He seems to be on fire so far throughout this weekend. Hopping on board, getting some information on a few players. Knows that there's a player below and spots him. Chick, he's got to be dead to rights. Yep, almost wins the fight though. Not perfect shots from Renegade, but you don't have to be perfect in a series like this. Finds the Rockets. And this is where it could get ugly. It's CTF, and Renegade has a lot of experience pushing elbow here with the Rockets. Great decision by him not to shoot that second rocket. He wants to get a kill with the Bandit first, and now it leaves himself not only with the flag, a couple of mistakes being made as the flag on the move. Now you run it. I have rocks. I used to tell Maniac that back in the day. Shout out if he's watching.
Yeah, great play by Renegade there. Even though he had rockets, choosing to get that flag run started and smartly backing off, letting his teammates pick up the juggle. Now Renegade still on the side of Majin doing so much damage, and they're going to have to deal with him before they can even worry about the flag.
How does this flag get returned is my question. Optic a little sloppy there as the flag run gets delayed because Renegade doesn't get the touch on the G slide because his teammate has to pick it up. Yes, he has rockets, but the timing's off. And with that timing, Majin actually get a reset. So good job on Majin. Great defensive stand there, but Renegade's still 5-0-0. Probably doesn't care that the flag got reset too much.
Now looking good here for Majin. 3 members spawn in the elbow. Perfect opportunity for Optic to just collapse and get a 3 fresh dead, and this flag is going to be going all the way home.
Great route by Renegade there. Out the window is the fastest route. He's able to actually do a 180, get that last final kill. All of Majin gets put in respawn. Renegade punches it in, and it's a perfect game outside of a poor flag run to kick it off for Renegade as he extends to 8-0.
Will he get the killing
Oh my
frenzy?
God.
Double kill, 9 kills, 0 deaths, and
Bruh.
they're not able to get the killing frenzy. Take the small victories.
You ruined it, chick. Great plays by Renegade, however. Let's see if Majin can kind of stop this flag. They do get it halfway, but we saw them have to stop it. 3 go down. Renegade's actually a player coming off respawn, so that flag should be returned. Mighty's has an intention of running the flag himself. Unfortunately, he gets 5'd out of his socks from Renegade coming off respawn. It's going to get restored, so once again, I mean, Majin have stopped 2 what should have been flag runs and opportunities for Optic. Good defensive stand. I mean, if we're talking about positives, but still, just scrappily fighting for what is any map control in this series. It looks like it's so difficult from the point of view. Flag on the move again as it goes down as well.
3 members fall for Optic. Formal last one live, but he has Rocket patiently waiting.
Thought he was going for
Not
the
able to
body
wait
shot
long
there.
enough. Still gets that player down to 1 shot, but Formal ultimately falls and loses the Rockets.
Thought he was going to go for the body shot there as he tried to line up some wall, realized there wasn't going to be a real window of opportunity there. Does get the player to no shield, gets rid of the rocket, I guess more importantly, going down like that. Tough position to be in now. Mighty's with the snipe, finds Renegade bottom middle, can't quite hit the headshot, can't hit the body on the G slide, does relocate to his BR here. Can he find some players though? Yep, bound. That's a nice shot, 2 down. Real opportunity to get significant map control now with 2 down, but Kronos is going to get taken down. I think Formal's in their base right now. Formal with the carbine, able to get a kill. Just really stalls any of the momentum or opportunity that you would have seen from Majin after those first 2 picks.
Yeah, Optic, even when they're at a quote-unquote disadvantage, they just play their life so well that they ultimately end up being in the driver's seat in a lot of these situations. And we see it all spawn as well. I think the one time this game that Optic kind of went 3 down, they spawned their elbow and so quick to just get real estate, win their fights, and get control back.
Yeah, I think what you can appreciate watching a team like Optic play Majin Club, even with the sub in this situation, is the flag on the move. You think Legend's going to cap this, but I guess he gets a feeling and a timing in his head that he needs to slay. Something you can appreciate, though, is just how good Optic are compared to a lot of our competition at this tournament. And it's year 4 of Halo Infinite, and you would have thought that maybe some of these teams closed the gap on what is one of the best teams in the world, Optic. But no, it's actually Optic kind of raising the bar continuously. Their efficiency, how they play the game, their individual skill, all shining brighter than ever here entering the World Championship. Up 2-0 now in the series, up 2-0 in Game 3.
Yeah, and you know Optic are playing with the chip on their shoulder after the first time this season not making it to the finals, falling outside of the top 2.
Yeah.
And right before the biggest event of the year, you know Optic is angry about that.
You wonder what level of complacency they might have hit after winning the first 2 events. I think like after you win 2 events with the team, you're probably sitting there waiting for the World Championship to come. Is this the moment that they've been waiting for? It sure as hell looks like it's an opportunity for them to show it. As they take this game 3-0, they take this series 3-0, they get a lead in their pool 2-0. They will have a match with Complexity later tonight to decide the winner of this pool, but Optic look prime and ready for just about anybody that we want to throw at them.
Yeah, Optic looking like a well-oiled machine now, 2-0 in their pools, hoping to do a clean sweep in their pools and move on to the winner's bracket.
Strongholds. Enemy team scoring. Way to victory. Enemy team scoring. Enemy team scoring. Defeat. Slayer. Enemy halfway to victory. Team nearing victory. Remaining. Capture the flag. Defeat. Capture the flag. the flag. Capture the flag. Enemy flag returned. Enemy flag returned. Enemy flag returned. Enemy flag returned. flag returned. Slayer.
Oh, baby, we are joining this series at a good time. 1-1 between FaZe Clan and Cloud9. We have run, we have sprinted, we have knee slid into the commentary booth to bring you what can only be described as B-tier commentary for this series. FaZe Clan versus Cloud9. Andy, how are you, mate? I've just asked you that a few seconds ago. I presume not much has changed.
Just hit a double-footed studs-up G-slide to get my tush into this commentary spot, and I could not be more excited.
Good to hear. That's exactly what you said a few moments ago as well. It's how you actually travel around the
That's
venue.
how I felt.
It's causing quite a lot of damage in Seattle this weekend, but let's jump into a little bit of POV of Lucid. I haven't had the opportunity to really watch too much FaZe so far, and a 1-1 with Cloud9, this feels like a pretty good opportunity to do so.
It's actually one of my toxic traits is when people, especially people I've just met, ask me how I am, I generally respond with the same level of detail and enthusiasm as I just did now, and we'll see if a little bit of an A-B hold might open up the gates for some FaZe Clan scoring.
I thought for a second when you first meet people, you follow it up with a two-footed studs-up slide tackle, and I was
in my culture, it's a sign of appreciation.
Yeah, that's why I have to apologize profusely so often. It's luckily I get a lot of fun on that, being an Englishman. Lucid still with his shock rifle in his hand. AB in the control of FaZe to start here, and with 2 dead on either side, Lucid's going to be able to survive long enough here to reposition and probably contest. It was Sab. No, he's not. Sab is big, stronger, bigger, and to be honest, hits harder.
Somehow, I agree. Stays alive. 2 dead now for FaZe. Collect will try to lock down gold. He has a Boo-Boo helping. And now they might be able to pinch Snakebite here, but actually Boo-Boo gets taken down off of a great combo from Snakebite. Finally, those are traded out, but you get the feeling that FaZe got a little more kills than they should have. It should have been a pretty clean 4 dead for C9, but instead they are able to now push off this respawn. It's going to be 28-17 in favor of C9.
Triple cap as well. And with FaZe managing to get 4 back on the map, which is stage 1, they are still kind of a little bit pinched and a little bit stuck. They're going to have to win an individual fight. And Snakebite does exactly that. He's going to be in a position to at least clean that damage up, but it's just allowed FaZe a little bit of space here. But I want to talk about Cloud9, Andy, because this is a team who all season long has kind of fallen victim to an unfortunate Game 5. A series not quite going their way, but they're always close games. With one more opportunity in the Halo World Championships, do you think they have upset potential in them?
I do. I really do. I think there's some different times earlier in the season, really, where they had the biggest potential. If you think back to the Optic series and things like that, there's times where they have come so close. And just look at the amount of talent on this team. This team knows what needs to be done. Also, a great coach behind them in Sensor. And I think they've got the upset potential. The question is this going to be the weekend? Is this going to be the day when it starts? Yeah,
potential is one thing, right? But you've got to make it reality, and this is the last chance to do so. Potential is one of those words which is kind of tinged sometimes. It's like, I think you can do better, but you're not doing better. So for Cloud9, an opportunity at 1-1 against FaZe, who of course made it to the grand finals back in Charlotte, and certainly have announced themselves as a contender here in Seattle. It's a great opportunity to do so, and at 64-21, A and B in their control, and Camo here for Avuzi. I mean, the situation is perfect for them now.
3 dead. Oh, they finally convert Willoughby 4 dead as well. For a second, it felt like Avuzi got so much damage that wasn't being cleaned up that it felt like painful to watch. But in the end, they do get 3 dead. They haven't taken down Lucid yet. He's got now 3 little helpers coming.
Christmas is around the corner, so that.
Lucid's little helpers would be a good name for like a charity team.
Good name for me if I was playing like a.
Ever with Lucid.
Yeah.
I'll be a little helper. I used to call them practice noobs, but I think little helpers is the politically correct.
Shock rifles here, Lucid. Just
ping it.
Pinging it. That's on 0.
But missing the pings. Pinging a location.
Oh, I just watching him on stream slowly lean back and get frustrated with me. What a dream. Moving with the shot. Gets the trade. That's going to be 3 dead here for FaZe Clan, and 105 and rising. Cloud9 continue to score here in this game, and FaZe really struggled to get what feels like any kind of consistent control in this game type.
Surprising to see, to be honest, yeah. I mean, C9 just looking so strong. Sab, as you said, 8-4. Showing up in a really big way. By the way, Trippy was, I believe, 5-1 or 5-2. Now he's 5-7, so he's been shut down over these last few minutes by the C9 roster.
Interesting discussion we were having before this tournament as Cloud9 go 3 dead. In respect to FaZe, it felt like Snakebite was playing out of his skin, right?
Yeah.
And that's not a Snake-based reference.
Oh, I like that, though. Good pun from you.
Probably should have claimed that one as my own. But, you know, he played out of his skin back in Charlotte. The rest of the team played good. Played pretty solid Halo, right?
Yeah.
But no one had those pop-off moments in comparison to Snakebite. And we know when you look across the history of Halo Infinite as a triple cap finally comes into FaZe, that everyone on this roster has that ability. So there is still room for improvement. And I'm excited to see if they can find those levels individually, what FaZe can do in this tournament, because it feels like the trajectory is right. They are consistently improving. And this triple cap is becoming a little bit stifling here. 126 to 81 now in the favor of C9.
I actually talked to Trippy just a few days ago. Him and I were walking around on a very nice sunny Seattle day. Now that the tournament's begun, the weather has changed to inside Halo weather, which is perfectly fine. But Trippy and I were walking around, and I asked him, what's the one thing, first of all, I said, how's the team feeling? He's like, really good. And I was like, without diving into specific strats that you don't want me to talk about on stream, what's the big thing? He's like, to be honest, it's just been comms. It's just been comms that we've worked on. It's all about same page, and everything feels much better now. We'll see if they can make sure that is the case in this series as well. They're right back in the game. Take a look at this comeback.
Yeah, they certainly have got themselves back into this game. 116 and rising to Cloud9's 126. This is going to be quite an impressive hold from them, but Boo Boo and Sab will burst through the defenses of FaZe, pick up a couple of kills, and now one player, no shields on the bottom of the elevator. Penguin's going to be dealt with as well. Cloud9 have broken this setup for the time being and are immediately trying to convert A.
Important job by Collector. Can he pick up the 2? He does. 3 dead yet again. At a very, very important and pivotal point in the game, they will firmly go back into the lead as they will flip C and trip cap once again.
And already pressuring Spawn, which is impressive, right? You see Lucid taking down the no shields. He'll survive, but the pressure is enough to stop FaZe getting anywhere near a stronghold. Kills get traded out. It means that everyone else can contribute to trying to stop these contestants coming into these conversions, but Lucid just sends Sab into a washing machine, as you like to call it. Spins him around a few times and comes out the good side of it. He's got a shock rifle to play with off the back of it.
Very blendery. Some good help from Lucid. Nice job just picking apart the finish there and Collect to keep teammates alive. And in the end, now going to try to push back out. Boo Boo just gets angled away on the Pipes push. Or excuse me, I should say Lucid angles himself away from the Pipes push to make that kill pretty easy. And now they will begin scoring once again. We could see another lead change off of the AC hold.
I mean, Cloud9 at the moment are outslaying FaZe fans. Only Lucid who is positive at 12 and 8. Everybody else in the red when it comes to the statistics, KD-wise, for the team. Snakebite wins his fight here, but he'll be in position to clean that one up. Penguin trades that out, and it's just a trade fest at the moment. That'll be fine for Cloud9 because they are the team who are in control and continue to score here, this time with an AB hold.
See what Trip can do. Minor man advantage for the moment. They're going to want to make it 2, and able to do that. Looks a little clunky, but Sab somehow stays alive long enough to maybe make this a pretty complicated battle in the back of Ellie, but Lucid.
That's confident.
Fierce as ever.
That is extremely confident to take that fight down. Shields in that position. Yes, he's got a height advantage, but down is always a little bit scary. And now some shots across map onto Boo Boo. Given the second kill that he just felt like he really didn't have the right to get. AC the hold here for FaZe, and they will go into a lead.
Wow, back and forth here. Very rarely do you see at this stage of a Strongholds game this many lead changes back and forth. That tells you just how neck and neck this is, as Snakebite says, my planet and my people need me. Oh, beautiful job. Stuck though. Wow, Sab would somehow gets off a stick, and that's going to be now on 1v1 on the map.
Penguin with that camo. Trying to stay alive, won't be able to do so. Boo Boo will win the 1v1, and what an important one that could be.
Yeah.
Considering that's the camo taken out of commission, and Cloud9 are still scoring here with an AB hold. They will go back into that lead, 195 and rising. They're about to cross the 200-point mark.
And Booby Dooby, important kill there. An important point of the game.
That's not his name.
Important point of the game for him to pick up those kills and now comfortably cross the 200-point mark, 208 to 172 in a game that was just tied 171.
Yeah, Bubbly Doubly having a really good few moments here for Cloud9. FaZe finding themselves 3 dead, and we are starting to get into the scary moments here for FaZe. We know that they've got the composure and the experience to get themselves out of these situations. We're moving in here and finding a kill onto Lucid to give them the man advantage. This is now in a scary spot here for FaZe. They have to make a play on a stronghold, and they have to do it soon.
They got to do it now, absolutely now. At 236 on the board, it will be a play for A, but here comes Collect and Boo Boo.
Yeah, they got 2 players here. Snakebite is going to do everything he can to delay that push, but with the conversion being so difficult, and Lucid being down to no shields, it's a desperate play from Trippy. Just has to deny them at the entrance to A. A and B will still be held, and Cloud9 will go up 2-1 against FaZe Clan. And boy, oh boy, do I want to see this next game, because FaZe are on the back foot.
Beep boop, deep boop.
Oddball.
Welcome back, Spartans.
Vegans,
And
vegetarians.
vegans, apparently. Vegetarians, meat lovers, which I certainly consider myself. 2-1, we find ourselves in this series. Cloud9 with the advantage after a Strongholds win on Recharge. Andy, what are your thoughts on how this series is poised?
Tell you what, C9 with an opportunity of, I would say, you know, a lifetime here. To take down FaZe Clan in Pool B like this would just be enormous, and I think one that very few people would have had, especially based on the fact that FaZe Clan, of course, is coming off of a second-place finish, and this would be quite a result that would upset the pools.
Yeah, it would indeed. And we talked about Optic's woes. It's only right that we talk about what the fallout could be for FaZe should this go into one of those situations where we're looking at games won, games lost, records against certain teams, and you might find yourself losing that #1 seed going into the bracket. Not a good situation to be in, especially if you're in the Halo World Championship, which they find themselves right now. Penguin, though, with the sniper rifle in his hand, starting to go to work.
One shot left, kind of wants to hit this before reloading, but instead knows that probably the best to start to rotate the ball just a bit here. Ooh, the QT gets away, and that will be cleaned up, though, so not to worry. I'm just going to put a few nades on the ball and try to wait for teammates to spawn up and help out.
For a second, I was worried.
You were?
Thank you for reaffirming everything's okay for me. Lucid with the oddball in his hands. Penguin will be broken here in more than one way by Penguin. He finds the kill on Cloud9. Even though they collect this sniper rifle, they have to chase down this oddball, which is being held in the blue attic, where it's very playable, Andy. There you go.
Nice job by Collect. Tell you what, just simply sitting there with the snipe and then having additional pressure across the map forced the play ball in a time when, look, I mean, Lucid could easily still be holding right now. They just got another 2 dead. Like, it's a little bit of a premature play ball only because of the pressure, but it's okay. FaZe Clan is going to make sure to grab that right away. Snakebite's already on the ball, and he's already escorting it back home.
Yeah, good start here for FaZe. Good control as well, and it's interesting to see them trying to play around that situation where they have that ball in a position to play at the top of blue attic. A lot of teams move it back into red, just do that window very comfortably, but FaZe, they obviously see an opportunity and they see the advantages of being able to get that ball off the map, because if you go 4 dead over the other side of the map at red, it's very easy to just grab the oddball. It's not a playable situation, and you're having to fight back across against time as well as the numbers that you face.
Trades coming in here once again. Triple will make sure that one happens at high speed. 2v2 on the map, but 24-0 for FaZe off the opening. It's a good start, but a lot more work still to be done.
There's a concussion protocol in Halo for the Spartans every time they repulse up. You hit your head every single time.
It's got to be part of the suit, right?
Yeah, I imagine.
The Mjolnir's got to have concussion protocol built deep into the tech.
Yeah. Silly me for even bringing that up. Collect, though, on our POV right now. Does have one repulse to play with. Oh, he also has Trippy.
Peekaboo.
Just all up in his grill.
I haven't heard that in a minute, but it's a perfect description, Mark, of what we just saw on screen. QT now in the hands of our favorite little droid, Boobly Doobly, beep boop, deep boop. See what he could do here with the QT in hand.
Perfect, like
Droid.
droid. Yeah.
He's a strong droid now. He's been in the gym.
I'm just trying to get away.
3 dead here. Trippy, last player alive for FaZe, and Boo Boo's on the hunt.
Keeping it alive. Trippy with the stomp. Now from the high ground. Boo Boo. The QT back. And with Lucid last alive here, even though he's got a sniper in his hands, that'll be a big, big play and continues to output damage. Completely switching his reticle, finds a thrust as well as a sniper rifle. And I'll tell you what, this man is looking like prime Boobly Doobly right now.
Yeah, he wants all the toys, and guess what? Look at this game. It was just a 24-0 lead. It has been cut down entirely. It is now just a 31-24 game. Boo Boo trying to hit some shots and able to at least get Trippy weak enough where he has to retreat. Essentially a tied game here. 2 will fall, though, for C9.
Bit of an challenge there, giving Lucid the opportunity to hit that shot to keep these numbers a little bit scary on both sides, but Cloud9 find themselves 3 dead, and Penguin's got that oddball back in his hands. 37 points and rising. FaZe are starting to extend the lead after a good bit of pressure from Cloud9.
10-5 now for Sap. Big part of the way that they've been able to get back into this game. And Trippier versus Avicii. Avicii's just going to have to scoot back for just a second and try to hold this angle. Trippy will win it in the end. Now Boo Boo will trade it out with Penguin. So a momentary 2v1 here against Collect.
There's only trades here on that just due to the geometry and the
Speed
size
too, yeah.
of the map. So a lot of players being able to get in position even off respawn, clean up damage from a previous fight. You are seeing a lot of engagements, a lot of trades, and if you have the odd ball in your hands, usually that means you're going to be broken in that situation. Sheer numbers that you're fighting against. Snakebite finds one. There's no almost managed to find two, but Avasi will pick up an important double kill with no shields. Cloud9 will now momentarily hold that odd ball, but FaZe keeping this so scrappy, trying to consistently trade as we see what is only described as a classic mistaken plasma grenade for frag situation where they're trying
Happens
to
all
bounce
the
it.
time.
Yeah, that
We've all been there. Doesn't take the bounce you wanted. But now C9 going to look for an ice angle if they can. But what an angle from Trip to just shut that down right away. Knew exactly where the push would be coming in on Cargo. Snakebite with a very nice trade before being taken down. Still quite close, but FaZe Clan starting to pull away just a bit here.
Yeah, just out-rotating them a lot of the time as well. These trades are going down, but the ball carrier is able to consistently move away from the spawns of Cloud9. Even with a little bit of damage coming in here inside Crystal, you're going to see Penguin be able to work alongside a teammate to hold it. And now, it looks like this is going to be the hold for FaZe Clan, and we are approaching the danger end of this round for Cloud9. Everyone on the respawn, taking a few seconds to get back on the map, but Cloud9 have 1 or 2 pushes left.
Enemy team nearing victory.
See what Trip can do here once again, playing essentially from the same exact place where we just saw him get that trade on Cargo and Tarp. Will be taken down though. Heads up play, 3 dead for FaZe. Penguin, last player alive, will get the play ball as well.
Yeah, really important play ball there from Penguin. Cloud9 were picking up all of the kills going their way. Cloud9 have grabbed that ball immediately off the back of the forward end, and Collect has a sniper rifle, so what felt like 1 or 2 more pushes for Cloud9 now becomes 1 or 2 more holds for them. 40 points on the board for them, but with Collect holding this angle and having an opportunity to hit some big shots, very quickly the numbers could turn in their favor. That one got a little bit scary though, but it gets the job done.
It felt expensive, the amount of time, damage, and weapon switches that Collect had to use to clean up a one-shot bottom middle. Took quite a lot, and eventually it's going to be FaZe grabbing the ball, grabbing the kills. Boom! Penguin almost hits him with the wiggles off of the drop. In the end, taken down, but look at this. 3 dead, 89 points on the board.
3 dead. Close proximity to FaZe Clan as well. They will now pick that one up, and they might be in a position now to close out this first round. Lucid is holding court at the moment with his sniper rifle in his hand, saying you've got to come and get this ball out of our hands, and if you walk through this door, you're going to get cut down. Snakebite will close it out with that ball clasped in that right glove. And that will be FaZe Clan who strike first here. 1-0 as we head into round number 2.
Holding court, I like that pun from him. It's very, very good. That's a deep Halo MP pun. Haven't heard that one before. Holding court. Impressive. Might make a t-shirt.
Just taking a moment to really take that in.
Yeah. Compliment you? Or the...
The compliment.
Oh yeah, no problem. Got plenty more for you. You're very good at what you do. 3 dead. Taking that one in too?
I'm overthinking it now. Cloud9. Kind of a slow start, I would say, to this round just in general. Cloud9 looked like they had a little bit of progress up the map towards some of the FaZe players, but it looks like they've actually been baited into a couple of little traps that have been set off of the opening strategy, and it's going to allow now Penguin to move back in to grab that odd ball and bring it back to red. Now, we have seen that FaZe prefer, by the looks of things, the way they've been trying to lean that ball towards blue for that play ball opportunity, but we'll have to see if it works now for them at red.
Snakebite just pinching a little bit here in a 1v2, and already burning sniper ammo and gets a trade, so he's going to be happy with what he was able to do, as 4 will fall. Sab's going to grab that ball, keep an eye on spawns, and it will now be beep boop dee boop. Boo Boo himself trying to lock down essentially the ice side of the map. Gets a little bit of damage, but has to make sure he's rotating towards teammates here.
FaZe made a lot of progress up the map there with not really taking too much damage. Boo Boo's finally going to find himself under a little bit of duress here as his teammates are doing a good job of trading out. So really in a position to do some damage himself. Two players going to fly through, misses the no-scope onto Trippy, and that's going to cost them so much. Sniper rifle turned over, oddball down as well, and FaZe now in a position with the power weapons and the oddball in their hands to extend this lead. With one round on the ball, Trippy starting to hit some bodies. Trippy and FaZe are looking a little bit more confident on this game type than Cloud9.
Yeah, that's tough for C9. It felt like Boo Boo had the wrap angle covered on that wall perfectly with the no-scope, but then in the end, once the actual push comes in, the shots that he needed to hit didn't hit. Was 4 dead for C9, so that will be continued scoring. Now, Trippy with a full QT to use, and we've seen the QT can be devastating on this map.
I mean, looking across the statistics at the moment, huge amount between the two teams. Lucid leading the kills. for FaZe at 20 and 14. It's Penguin who, I would say, incredible stat line. 11, 11, 13 with 5 points of ball time left. Labels the last player alive situations he's found himself in. Those statistics really don't tell the full story of the impact that he's had on the map.
And he's got better numbers than Boo Boo, who has 18 points. I mean, unbelievable.
Cloud9 do get the break though. Hold that ball inside of red. 45 to 12 the score. It's been a really solid start here for FaZe.
Really impressive. It feels like FaZe starting to maybe get on the form that I think a lot of people, and especially FaZe fans, would expect them to be at here. And I think if a lot of people are tuning into the series, they're probably doing so just because they're getting word that C9 was up 1-0 and C9 is now up 2-1 in this series. So based on what we've seen so far, of course, FaZe can potentially send us to a Game 5 in this round, but they will need to focus up here for not just this round, but potentially a Game 5 as well.
We're going to get that sniper rifle off the map under a little bit of pressure, so there's no sniper rifle to play with either team at the moment. So the sliders managed to get the trade, but it's 2 dead here on either side. But the trades continue here on Lattice. Booby trying to force his way towards that oddball. Penguin just playing slow and sneaky inside of the base. As is his teammate Lucid actually. Just trying to bait these players in, and they've done a really good job of it. Penguin now announces himself and says, I am Penguin will fall into the trap. They're 3 dead.
He's Penguin and he's there. Trippy is also here on the other side of the map. 3 dead. Sab, your last player alive. And it looks like the spawns will be trapped. Trippy just playing front base, almost like it's Onslaught or midship, just being annoying.
62 points on Rising. FaZe have that ball in their hands. Sab gets away with murder as Trippy forgets to put his reticle onto the body of the no-shielded player. Easy to do.
3 dead.
Enemy has the ball. Enemy has the ball.
Another staggering 3 dead, so C9 should have a decent opportunity to hold here, especially with this kill coming in. It's been about almost a 9-for-2 or a 10-for-2 trade off those last few exchanges of play, and C9 will continue scoring. We'll see if they can hold them.
That's 2 dead. Essentially a 3 dead situation as 2 players are stuck on respawn. Boo Boo with the ball in his hands. Now he's starting to rack up that ball time. Snakebite trying to cross the snipe bridge towards where this off ball is being held at the moment, but you can see the setup that Cloud9 currently have. A little bit of crossfire coming in, and Lucy's going to be able to clean up that kill and clean out the ice side, but the flank now coming in from Sap. He's got help for his teammate here, and Trippy on the iceberg. He's hoping he won't go down like the Titanic, and Sap with the big win leaves Penguin on his own, but Penguin has the off-ball in his hands.
Wow. In the end, somehow, FaZe gets that win. It looks like it was going to be a good rotate from C9, but I think they just took a little bit of too much time. Obviously, Lucid was on the flank of Cargo, but Sab kind of flanked the flank at Cargo to pick up the kill. And in the end, that ball, I think, could have been rotated a little bit faster, but FaZe ends up somehow with the last player alive moments ago. The ball's now rotated bottom middle. We'll see. West Trippy as the last player alive and all players spawning if C9 can hold yet again.
Ooh, it's a big kill from good one on the screen there. Just FaZe on the back foot. Collector's going to find another one. It's a situation here for FaZe. Make it 3 dead, and that odd ball is in a position where Avicii can move in to grab that one and bring this score a little bit closer here in this round number 2.
Oh, big win from Trippy against Sab. It's a battle that Sab needed to at least trade in. So the pressure will be coming, but we'll see how this is played by C9. Presumably, did it play? Did it play? I think it's on the bridge. It is on the bridge. It did not play.
It's an awkward position for both teams to get their hands on it at the moment. But Cloud9 finding themselves 2 dead.
Grab it. They bring it back.
To do some big work here. 2 no shields player, but they both get round that corner, and that's going to be more ball time here. They extend the lead. FaZe finally, Lucy gets taken down. Avicii will find the one onto Trippy as well, and that will mean the odd ball carrier and protector have been taken down here. Cloud9 trying to rally here. Trying to steal this round away, and if they can, remember they're 2-1 up in this series. They will be 1 round away of odd ball from winning the series.
2-point round here. About to go into the lead as well. Going to continue rotating, holding ball ice, and look at there's no pressure coming just yet. They go into a lead here. Maybe over-rotate them. Bring it right to Penguin.
Gets the touch to keep it alive, and Lucy just found a sniper rifle and starting to find a few bodies as well. Sab, bottom middle. Do they have the ice here? In more than one way. Cloud9 is going to be 3 dead, and Lucid has the sniper rifle. These opportunities have been presented to Cloud9 all season long, and they have not been able to take them as FaZe go into a late lead here. as they look to close out Lattice Opal. No one in position here for Cloud9, and even with the opportunity to strike, it's FaZe with late game composure once more, who tie the series up here with a 2-0 win on Lattice Opal. We're going to game 5, brother.
Let's do it, baby. We'll be right back.
Slayer.
Game 5 alert, everybody. Welcome back to the Bravo stream, but welcome back to what has been a first-class A-tier game between FaZe Clan and Cloud9. We are tied up at 2-2 after FaZe won the Lattice Oddball, sending us to this position. Now, we were talking about Game 5's ice, all of those things, and how Cloud9 have not had the rub of the green a lot of the time throughout Halo Infinite as an organization in these Game 5s. But FaZe, when it comes to Slayers, Andy, one of the biggest reasons they've had success recently is because of this game type.
Yeah, it's pretty amazing. Last time we checked the stats, they were 30-9 in this game type. Fantastic numbers, and very few teams can come close, and that's because FaZe is #1 in the league in Slayers, despite the fact that they haven't taken the title this year. #1 in the entire league. Can they do it here when they need it most? They did not expect to be in a Game 5 against C9, but we'll see if C9, and with Camo in hand, if they can pull off the upset.
For a second there, I thought that was the most brilliant, nerdy plasma grenade I'd ever seen from Lucid. You see how he bounced it off the head of the dummy? Because a lot of Camo players will hide behind one of those dummies. If he would have stuck him, the headset would have gone flying for me, but Penguin, he'll go flying himself as you see a couple of kills being picked up here by Cloud9. A 4-2 start for him, and most importantly, staying alive so well with his Camo. Obviously, this is a really important life for them.
Yeah, we'll see if he can get even more damage. They do get the first pick off at green, but he's going to want to stay alive and really use the last bit of this camo to try to make a push happen. Here they come.
Camo now dissipates. Snakebite in position on top tower, but taking a lot of damage. Booby's moving in to clean up the kill onto Trippy, who was back tower, so you would imagine the flood is now certainly primed to arrive from Cloud9, but Snakebite should have his shields back by now. Booby's going to move in with that side kick, and it should be cleaned up, you would imagine, but difficult to kill. Snakebite is going to be in that situation. Trippy finds one elsewhere, and at 6-3, you would say that Camo not been as impactful as it could have been here for Cloud9, and I think a lot of that is down to good play from FaZe.
Yeah, good out-rotating of the camo there for sure from FaZe. They keep the game reasonable, but man, so much riding on this. And like we said, FaZe coming off of a second-place finish in Charlotte. This is not where they expected to be in pool play against a team like C9. Now, of course, no disrespect to C9, but when you look at the seeds and what the players on each side of the stage have achieved, right? It's two very different stories, but C9 still leading in the game.
And the man who saved them in a lot of Game 5s and those Slayer game types was Snakebite. He started this one off a little bit slow, 0-2. Of course, we're only just dipping our toes into this Game 5, and as I say that, he is listening in to the comms and gets his first kill of the game. And Flex going to be caught out a little bit here. He'll be taken down. Lucid staying alive beautifully, has a little bit of support from a teammate, and it's now just a one-kill game as Snakebite all of a sudden gets his second kill of the game.
This camo's going to be big here. Here comes Boo Boo trying to fly off from bags. They also have pressure coming in from Keydor, and here's the battle.
Pulse is going to be good enough to force C9 away here, but wasn't really good enough to get any damage out.
3 dead.
3 dead here. This should, and I say should, be a camo pickup here for Cloud9, and it will indeed be a camo pickup here for Cloud9. That's 2 in a row for C9, and the distance and the time that you can take out of the game with this camo. This is an opportunity here with a 5-kill advantage for Cloud9, maybe to do the majority of the heavy lifting in this game if they want to win it.
Yeah, by the way, also, of course, with a 5-kill lead for C9, I want to give a shout-out to everyone who just joined us from the mainstream. We know this series, and for good reason, just got a shout-out on the mainstream because we are in a Game 5, and a Game 5 alert was underway. So I want to welcome you here to what has been a surprising series so far, and it's another surprise lead for C9 here in the early game, 18-12.
3 dead for FaZe as well, and ooh, boy. It's one thing to look at the record books, but the record books are one thing. They don't tell the future. 18-12 the score. Free gun in the hands of Sab. He's going to hit the quick jump up to tower to get the information. The challenge, really important kill from Trip there. And Snakebite has that sniper rifle in his hand. So this is the toys and the situation that FaZe want to find themselves in to get back into this game. But Collect finds another cheeky little pick here just to keep those trades and those kills in the favor of FaZe, but that shot had to be hit here. Sap should be taken down, but Sapri challenges, and Snakebite cannot connect.
Really nicely done here. Big kill. It felt like a lot of momentum there going in the way of FaZe, but Sap flies back green through a body shot and ensures that they maintain the lead. Now wasting snipe ammo as well, making sure that he's only got 2 to play with and doesn't want to get rushed here and give away any snipe ammo. They're still up by 5.
Oh, hits a quick scope, top middle onto the sandbags, hits the body, not the head, but it's good enough for the rest of Cloud9 to now get back on the map. They'll trade in the quickest of quick scopes onto Lucid on the pillars.
Halfway to victory.
Means that Sab will continue his little run that he's on right now. 6 and 4 in this game, 4 assists alongside those 6 kills. But with Penguin and Trippy finding a couple of kills.
Wow, Bash Brothers.
They've got to be careful here, Cloud9, because without that little trade that they got in the back of green, I should say non-traded kill, this could be FaZe finding an opportunity to tie this game up.
This
Camo
is big.
is picked up by Lucid.
6-kill game still. C9 picks up 2 kills while the camo is popped. But a big moment here for Lucid. Honestly, I say this without any exaggeration. I heard the footsteps as well. I say this without any exaggeration. A lot of FaZe's tournament could ride on how this has played out in the next few moments.
Think of bracket implications. Think of pool play. Think of the fact that you might go up against a stronger team earlier in that bracket. Have a tougher matchup. That can really affect how your Halo World Championship goes, and FaZe are going to know it. Cloud9 are out-rotating this camo, by the way. Lucid has barely fired a shot with it.
It dissipates. 45 seconds of out-rotating camo. Beautifully done. Not even a single kill registered. What a play from C9. They hear the camo dissipate. Also, Lucid lets the camo dissipate on bags. They all got the audio cue.
It's going to be picked up here, but big kill from Penguin. Top middle will put Cloud9 for dead. Sniper rifle should be recycled here.
Oh my.
As FaZe now all of a sudden starts to take the game over. It's a 2-kill difference between the teams. Penguin's got a sniper, he hits the body, repops one, and FaZe are now back into this game.
Unbelievable. What felt like it had to be a C9 lead extension. They send 3 players back to neutralize camo, but God, does it ever cost them. They end up going 3 dead.
Oh! Trippy!
Big game Trip showing up. FaZe Clan is somehow, after being down by 6 for the entirety of the camo, they are back in the lead in game number 5. And there's a reason this is your #1 Slayer team in the entire Halo Championship Series. They are showing you why.
13 and 9 for Trippy, and this could be a big game Trip game. Hits a body as well. Onto the bottom tower. Collect those. Just gives Cloud9 a foothold here. Picks up the kill onto Snakebite. We have a tie game. There's only 5 minutes left in this game. Trippy being pushed by 2 people top mid. Sab finds another kill as well. They could push this if they wanted to, and they are going to. Trippy needs to hit the shots, but it's just a body shot. 3 dead for FaZe, and the lead will be taken back by Cloud9.
Wow, back and forth here. Unbelievable. Just perfection on pushes from both sides. Like you said, just been back and forth tug-of-war lead. Great pre-nade from Collect. Might even get another one. They do. Killing spree for Collect at this stage of the game. 3 dead for FaZe.
14 and 9 for Collect.
Wow.
And Booba Doobu might be able to add another one there. Important for Lucid to win that fight, not just to stay alive and pick up a kill, but keep the score close.
Big
42
damage.
to 36 though. Snakebite will find one, and surely Cloud9 have to slow down here.
They do. Sab was your last player alive. You had several spawning teammates now. But now knows this camo, once again, could be the difference maker in the game.
Goes for the kill on Penguin instead. That's going to allow Snakebite to grab the camo. They took their eyes off of it for just a second. 2 players are caught down bottom middle. Penguin, who got away a few seconds ago, now gets a double kill. And Snakebite's trying desperately to survive with this camo.
Love the conservative play from Snakebite. Yes, he could have walked in and probably secured the kill himself. Instead, he stays alive at all costs. It's beautifully done, and the team comes to help. However, they still trail by 3.
And Cloud9 have been able to out-rotate these camos for the majority of the game that FaZe have picked up. Boo is solo, agreed. But does have the QT, but Trippy will find the kill. 2 kills now, just separating our teams in this game 5.
This is unbelievable. So much, as we said, riding on this game 5 for both of these teams, what it will mean for the bracket that they play in. Still a 2-kill lead for C9.
Penguin finds one. Penguin finds one, and 1 is the difference between the 2 teams now. 3 minutes or so left in this game 5. And the game has come to a standstill. The sniper rifle is beckoning all of the players. Penguin's going to fake out. And Penguin gets away with the sniper. He faked out towards dropping down that vent and got away from the attention of Cloud9. Now comes back to find the kill. And Penguin might have made the most brilliant play to get FaZe back into this. Penguin with the no-scope, 44-44.
Unbelievable. As you said, it's a perfect set of plays, but there's more work yet to be done here. 2 will fall for FaZe. Snakebite needs to stay alive, and he knows it. They're down by 1 once again.
Have the advantage. It's a 1-kill advantage, though. Trippy gets the kill, keeps Snakebite alive. who is desperately hoping that he can survive, gets the trade, as Cloud9 will be 3 dead. 47-47, Penguin has this sniper rifle.
Once again, top mid with the snipe. Looking for spawning teammates. Gonna go ahead and retreat to them. Here's the push, though. Here's the push.
Really smart, though, from Penguin. He gets the repulse.
Oh my.
It's a 4-man push. He gets the repulse, but is he going to be overwhelmed here? Sapop finds one. Collect find one. It's 1 kill here for Cloud9 to win the game 5. He can't connect with the no-scope, but surely he can the second time around. Collect hits the shot, and Cloud9 will win the game 5 against FaZe.
Upsetting FaZe. The confidence from FaZe to push there at a 49-48 and Collect makes them pay. It's a huge upset from C9, and it will have huge tournament implications for both teams from here on out.
Strongholds.
We got Luminon Gaming taking off Halo Esports. Clutch, tell me a little bit about the series.
I'm excited. I like Luminon. I think they've had a strong opportunity to get better as they boot camp before this event. Akave getting top 8 last event gives you a lot of hope. Looks like we're going to have a reset as the teams are shooting each other. That's usually never a good sign, especially when 5 are on 3. Difficult one for Akave to win when they don't have the right teammates on the right team. But as we get the series underway, I mean, Akave have had what I consider is the most successful tournament they've had all of Infinite in any of their stints. So super impressive. Can they carry that momentum into the World Championship here this weekend? I think this series tells us a lot about that because Luminon Gaming fell short of what their hopes and ambitions are last tournament, but they had a massive boot camp where they looked very strong in the kickoff to the World Championship leading up to this. They looked like a completely different team than we saw in Charlotte. So a battle of the MX region, a battle of the EU region here in North America at a World Championship, something you love to see.
Yeah, coming into this event, people, you know, some of the talent, a lot of the buzz around the event and the community was that Luminon could be a dark horse and a team that could maybe creep into the top 4. So, you know, this series is going to tell us a lot about what their journey might look like this weekend. And like you mentioned, Akave is trying to make a point here as well, representing the LATAM community, the juggernauts in that scene over there.
Yeah, I'm excited for this team. And it feels like the EU region, ever since Legend kind of came over and went to SSG, now on Optic, they lost the best player from their region. They've been trying to pick up the pieces because so often we're seeing an EU team get top 4 during that time period. But it feels like it's just light years ago that was occurring. This has got to be the roster that does it if you're thinking about teams outside of North America that have the potential to break in to the top 4, that have the individual skill. But this team has underperformed so far, I would say, to my expectations. Is the World Championship where they finally get the ball rolling? I think the boot camp's going to do them a lot of justice here, and this is their best chance, if ever, to prove all of the doubters wrong throughout this season.
Yeah, this is it. This is the main event, the final Halo World Championship of the Halo Infinite roadmaps that we've had over the course of the last few years. And like you mentioned, Clutch, Luminon Gaming is really looking to make a stand and make a point this weekend and potentially, like we talked about, break into a top 4 placing, but they're going to have a tough road ahead of them. Yeah,
absolutely. Akave is no pushover. They got top 8 last event. We watched them play against Shopify. Although they got 3-0'd, there was real opportunity there. And against teams that aren't named Shopify, they probably are able to have a lot more success in the situations they found themselves in. The big thing for me, Faisal, is Akave's lack of opportunity at real power-ups. They weren't able to prioritize achieving any of the power-ups against Shopify. It's easier said than done. And I think against lesser teams, it's a lot more noticeable that you're given more space on the map, more opportunity to compete for those power-ups. We'll see if that's the case here, or Luminon going to have the same kind of game plan and recipe that puts Akave immediately at their back feet, because when you're playing against players that are invisible, players that have snipers, shock rifles, it's a lot more difficult to have success.
Yeah, and a player to watch for me in this series is going to be Wutum. Right, he's kind of that.
He's awesome.
He has really made a name for himself this season in the HCS and really put the mouse and keyboard players on the map. And just the amount of damage that he does in every game, in every fight, every series, it's so impressive. And it looks like we're going to hop on board with Wutum to start this series, Wes.
Yeah, justified, right? Everything you've seen from Wutum since he came on the scene, he has always been the best player on his team, it feels, statistically. And honestly, when you watch the screen, his impact on situational Halo is second to none.
Just does so much damage and gets away in fights that he has no business surviving. And now we're hopping on board with Wutum here in game number 1. Teammates able to get snipe and drop bottom, and Wutum going to rotate towards B and try to get his hands on the QT.
Yeah, I like this by Wutum. He realizes that all of Akave are going to be over towards the camo and underneath the map. That's free objective work from Wutum right there. Hasn't got a kill yet to his name, but got his team up points on the board.
Leaving the QT behind, instead choosing to get some real estate on the map, knowing this camo will be spawning any second now. Drift is on it, picks it up and able to punch it in, but let's see if Drift survives that camo.
Yeah, the issue is that there was a player still over at C, and Wutum knew that he couldn't push for that camo. He was going to get sandwiched at all times there. He gets caught in no man's land, and Drift gets away with that camo for free, and now the pressure is on. It's Luminant Gaming threatening a trip cap, however, so the distraction for camo does benefit Luminant Gaming to get control of some of the strongholds, but how long will that last now that Drift has found a kill with this camo?
Yeah, at what cost, as now all of Luminant spawning towards that A. Drift able to barely win that fight on Pillage, but a huge win to secure B. And now it looks like C is being contested, A is being contested. It's all around frenzy right now.
Yeah, absolutely. It's going to be a bloodbath here. Luminant Gaming love to play that fast style of Halo that we see Shopify and Optic try to perform, especially on game types like a Strongholds. We've always seen the European crowd be so strong at the game type Strongholds, and it's because they're consistently taking routes to apply pressure immediately. Right now, Luminant Gaming, an AB hold, Glory with players in his face, able to get information that the second player is going to be weak. You have to think SLG is able to get that kill, but it's Acid, and Acid showing and standing strong here, able to get that kill. However, he gets taken down, and Wutum, as we switch to his screen, finds himself a double and recap C.
And will happily hold on to this BC hold. And also going for A, going for that trip cap as B is being contested, but Akave able to get their reset on A, reset on B. But as I say that, A is still being contested.
Glory's by himself here, needs to get that kill onto War. War wisely backs down. Glory doing his job right now. He's surrounded by players. Gets the player no shield top tower. Players on the nest. Look at the damage Glory's able to do. Not only that, gets the player back tower once again to no shield. It's a trip cap for Luminant Gaming. Glory does go down, so you have to think C is the focus for Akave, but here comes the rest of Luminant Gaming. Glory bought so much time, applied so much pressure that Luminant Gaming now, with the map at their disposal, camo coming up, are smelling the fear of Akave Esports in the moment right now.
Great play by SLG, just pushing past camo to get more damage on the Akave side and getting some kills, allowing his teammates to pick it up. Now we got a trip cap still for Luminant. Big lead off the start, 92-12. Finally, Akave able to stop the bleeding and get C back.
Yeah, it's a classic AB hold now for Luminant Gaming. 98, make it 100-12 as they're trying to push that trip cap once again. Something that really SLG, Legend, the boys back in the day on Quadrant specialized at. And as they get a few kills, they're able to transition C, the trip cap back in effect. Glory with the snipe ADS towards A. You know they want to keep this trip cap. If they're given a kill, they will start to fly once again towards A.
Now we're watching Akave trying to make their way over towards B. Able to take down Snipe Drone, but Glory is sitting here with the sniper rifle. Nice body shot. Takes down Drift, looking for the double. Barely misses him. Acid goes down for the double. Now Glory still trying to stay alive, but ultimately goes down. But the player on Akave also falls, so that's a good exchange for the Luminant.
You give Glory another fraction of a second. He ends up with a triple kill there. You can tell he was feeling it. Wutum picks up that snipe off screen. Drift able to knock Wutum down to their shield, but Wutum no-scopes Acid in the process. The snipe off the map now. But look at how pressured Akave feel. 3 go down yet again. They were able to transfer over C, but what does that mean? Absolutely nothing as the rest of Luminant Gaming swarm the respawn, transfer over C. The focus is on B, and there's so much damage into these Akave players that they don't play this perfectly. They're going to find themselves in a deficit still. 156-13, and Akave finally stopped the bleeding with 3 down.
QT not doing much help to Matsuko as he goes down. Glory knew exactly where it was going to transfer him, and now Akave trying to look for a trip cap of their own.
Yeah, they're going to need it. They're down over 130 points. I think that's exactly how you get back into this game. I like this play by them, but how long can they hold it? Need kills, and SLG gets the first on the board, so that's going to spell trouble for any chance at a trip cap.
Yeah, any pick there is so huge. SLG doing a great job hitting his shots and opening that door for his team to be able to have some breathing room here.
Sniper in the last player alive actually turns over to B. Akave flanked over towards C, so it is going to be a flip. You'd have to think, but at the same time, look at where Snipe Drone's teammates spawned. They spawned A, so it's an AB hold. Somehow, with the last player alive is Snipe Drone, and Luminant Gaming are rewarded with control of the map yet again. It's a poor rotation from Akave. They're getting punished handedly for it.
4 down for a moment as Akave has their backs against the wall. Once again, the triple cap for Luminant. Akave able to get A back, but still so much damage being done. All these players on Luminant Gaming are roaming freely the map right now.
Yeah, and still, Camo does get wasted by Wutum there, not able to get a trade, but Akave needs some of these power-ups and power weapons to get back into this game. And even if you're not able to trade, at least you're not playing against the Camo player going off. Once again, the focus on A here Magico able to get toes in it as he gets the kill. This is a big fight to keep control, and Snipe Drone with 5 big shots to Magico will remove him from the map.
Drift converting C. But now the members and the trip cap comes in for Akave momentarily. And we saw it last series, Clutch. The trip cap can do so much damage and get your team right back in the game.
It's year 4 of Halo Infinite, year 4 of Stronghold's Wildfire, and when that's the case, teams can play perfect Halo when they're given the opportunity and the level of map control. Magico with the snipe in hand, massive responsibility to continue his team control of the map right now. It's going to be B, the priority for Lumen Gaming. You need to hit shots, and unfortunately you can't find any. You find a body shot at the very end, but you paid for it with your life, and it's immediately Lumen Gaming scoring again.
Yeah, anytime it looks like there's a glimmer of hope for Akave, Luminen is just doing such a good job being efficient and quick off their spawns, getting their kills, doing their damage, and showing excellent teamwork. That's really been the difference maker so far in this game number 1.
Yeah, Lumen Gaming have such a high level of understanding of strongholds, especially on a game type like Livefire, or a map like Livefire, I'm sorry. Glory with snipe in hand. We've seen him do so many special things with it. Can't hit Acid as Acid gets the hell out of there, and looks like Akave all lower on the map, but here comes Glory in the face, able to take down Magico. He does get finished off, but I mean, it's just so difficult to keep up with the pace right now. Akave need to find positive slays, and right now it's Lumen Gaming are able to just trade a lot of the map control and the positioning. And look at this, although Akave jumped into A or into C, it's going to be an A-B hold for Lumen Gaming immediately after.
Yeah, even though it seems like the last as a trip cap once again for Luminen Gaming. I was going to say, even though it seemed like it was going back and forth the last minute or so, Luminen did such a good job gaining such a huge lead at the start of the game that they have so much wiggle room, and now the trip cap is just helping them continue to expand their lead.
Yeah, they are going to be able to stop the bleeding with C, but 238 and climbing, you got to get toes into either A or B, and it looks like B's the focus. You got one player going over towards the camo, but that's a long route to be taken with not enough time to do anything about it. It's a double kill for Wootum. 3 go down. Acid, the last player alive, doesn't even get a chance to get into a stronghold, and it will be Luminen Gaming taking a 1-0 lead in this series.
Yeah, just overall, Luminen played that significantly better than Akave. The kill feed and the scoreboard also proves that story, as heavily outslaying Akave Esports. Luminen doing a great job coming out of the gate swinging.
Yeah, I mean, they're here. They know this is their last opportunity to place well with this roster. They have a lot of confidence and built a lot of momentum in between Charlotte and now, and it is paying off. A Game 1 win will do exactly what the doctor ordered, and we'll see if Game 2 can change things for Akave, or will Luminen Gaming continue their momentum.
Look at the damage right now. Wootum, we talked about it, almost 4,800 damage dealt, and all of his teammates in the 4,000s. Meanwhile, on the other side, no one on the Akave side able to creep into the 4K damage.
Yeah, it's all similar across the board. It's just one team being better than the other at that map mode combination. Will Game 2 be any different? Find out next.
Slayer.
Hopping into game number 2, Aquarius Team Slayer after a dominant Game 1 victory by Luminant on Live-Fire Strongholds. Let's see if Akave Esports can try to climb back into this series with a much-needed Game 2 win.
Yeah, I think this opening break is going to be so important for Akave's confidence going throughout this series. They need to get this camo. They need to get a lead and play from the front. What is Glory going to have to say about that? All of Akave staying still, and that means we're going to have a reset here shortly.
Defeat. Slayer.
All right, let's try that again. Game number 2, Luminant Gaming against Akave Esports. Aquarius Team Slayer. We're going to get started with Glory.
And like I was saying, it'll be very interesting to see how Akave start this game off. Glory was looking to be very aggressive at the start of the game, already hitting a little bit different of a route, but just as aggressive this time around. He's hitting pink 1. He's able to get that thrust, put it to use. Can't get that kill, I believe, in the utility, and because of that, or in the corner. So because he doesn't get that, Akave look like they have early map control. We'll see if anyone was able to successfully get camo, and it is going to be Drift. So I feel like this is honestly Akave's first power-up I've seen them get in 2 series.
Yeah, and from my memory, a first somewhat successful, advantageous start, especially in a Slayer game. So let's see if Drift can put this camo to use and really make a difference for his team early in this game.
Yeah, it looks like Women are split 2 and 2 in both of the utility closets. So I like the idea of sandwiching just one of them. There's going to be multiple players in the high hall, and look at this. Drift and Acid both picking up kills, and that's a successful start to this camo play.
Great execution out of Akave, and Drift now making their way back towards the top center, top of the map, dropping down as I say that to get some more kills. Wutum gets one, Luar gets a trade as well. 8-5 lead early stages of this game for Akave.
There was a player at front this base that just killed his teammate, and I'm not quite sure where he went, but because that player gets that kill and actually no one pursues him, that's so much space on the map for Women to play around. And since then, look at this. 2 go down for Akave. Drift a little late to the fight, and because of it, it's going to be what looks like all 4 going down. Luar is going to be by himself in that pink closet. It is one that spawns with him in the fridge, but outside of that, the rest are spit out, and it's already a Luminant Gaming lead after what looked to be a successful start for Akave Esports.
Yeah, Luminant did a great job playing their life and making that push towards P. I think going like, what, 5 for 1 in trade. So overall, just getting the lead after being down a few kills early, now they find themselves right back in the game.
Good job to get back on their feet here. It's not easy on Aqua, especially when you're getting split spawn, but Lumen Gaming had the recipe for success so far. Wutum, head on a swivel, trying to find this last player stuck in the back of blue. Do they know he's in the front left? Is Wutum going to check it? Teammate actually trades with them off screen, so it's a complete reset and flip of the map. Akave will be spawning at yellow. Let's see how Wutum plays it.
Takes this fight against Acid on the car side. Playing it a little bit slower in his util, jump up. Camo is going to be spawning, and Wutum just trying to stay alive, get information, do damage for his team so that they can secure this power up.
It's also getting flanked. That player that flanked him actually goes for the camouflage. A great job by Wutum to get back up top, middle, and trade, negating that second opportunity at a camo play for Akave, keeping a 2-kill lead as Wutum picks up the double.
I wonder if that camo got burned or if it's still in play on the map.
It got burned.
It did get burned. Okay, now we have the green gun in the hands of Luor. Team down by a couple kills, putting down some good shots on SLG, taking some damage himself. He's got a teammate with him though. Looks like they're both going to try to take this fight together, but it's a ghost as that player has evacuated the premises.
That's a big kill on the snipe drone. It looked like all of them pushed into blue to take down Wutum. You wondered if they were going to get trapped at blue, but a kill on the snipe drone releases all the pressure, flips the map, and now ties the game for Akave Esports.
3 members fall for Luminen. Make that 4 as Wutum goes down as well. 21-18, nice swing and some good fortune on the side of Akave, helping them get control. And now all the members of Luminen spawning back to base. Let's see if Luar and the boys in Akave can make the pay.
2 in the util coming through. Last 2 players for Luminen trying to escape through pink, but they lost their last 2 teammates. So here comes Blue Warren boys. Not able to finish that kill. It's another flip of the map. Such a good job by Akave Esports so far. When they've had an opportunity to get the slays at one base, they have an understanding of getting out, getting back map control, and establishing that. A kill onto Wutum is exactly what I'm talking about. One push from an aluminum gaming player front to base is not going to work out. And once again, Akave starting to run away with this now at 5.
Great execution out of Akave, taking care of the 2 members of Luminen and then focusing on those players on the car side and blue utility. And Luor doing a great job staying alive. Now 2 more of his teammates here to help him in this fight. And Glory goes down. The lead is being extended now up to 5 kills.
Great use of the mid-range plasma pistol. You don't see that often, but it does the damage. His teammate finishes a kill, and it's good teamwork from Akave. Continue this 5-kill lead. The player in the corner, though, not spotted, and because of it, that kill on the Luor is big. It's a lot of pressure release, map control in the favor of Luminen Gaming for the first time in a few minutes now, and Camo's coming up. This could be where the game once again goes into Luminen's favor. Snipe drone on a killing spree. Spot's not one. Chows that player in War, almost wins it, but on a 5-kill run, still down 3.
This is what you call a swing point in the game right now, Wes. Things are seeming pretty even, but that camouflage can help flip the script really quickly, and we've seen Luor just pick it up. Luor with the camouflage and a 4-kill lead of this team.
I like that by Luor. Just get it and get lost. He goes into the closet. He's able to get a kill, and then now knocks the player to no shield, bottom car. Beautiful play so far with this camo. The second you can get untraced and away with that camo, you can start catching players off guard, and that's exactly what we've seen from Luor.
Couple members on the Luminen side for yellow util, but SLG with the big win right there on Luor. And Luor's going to wish he had that one back.
Yeah, absolutely. Big fumble there as he goes down, but still a 6-kill lead for Akave Esports. The kills are still continuing to come through on their side. And with a 6-kill lead, as they approach the 40-kill mark, make it 7, make it 8. This is going to be so difficult for the win conditions of Luminen Gaming moving forward.
8 kills left to go for Akave Esports, and they will tie this series up 1 win apiece as Magical gets taken down to 1 shot in his fridge. Glory wisely backing down, letting his teammates try to pick up the kill.
Glory knows as a player over towards blue, able to win the fight as well, and that's a big fight. Still down 7, but you have map control. Are you able to force split spawns? 2 players of Akave coming off respawn. They're actually going to stop the pressure. They're going to allow them all to spawn back blue. Can they get these kills without trading is the big question.
3 members of Akave in blue, and a lot of damage being done by Luminen, and the lead is still 6 kills, Clutch.
Yeah, I mean, going in for that melee got to be a big mistake right now. These kills are massive for Akave. Even though it was a successful push, it's not what you needed to make up the difference in the score. 46-41 now.
5 minutes minutes remaining.
Advantage on the side of Akave right now. They just need to not make a mistake. But Snipe Drone picks up a straggler, picks up another one. 2 big kills out of Snipe Drone. And Acid with a clutch kill on SLG. Only 3 more kills to go for Akave.
Yeah, that's a big death. 2 go down. Last 2 players stuck in a utility closet. Surely you don't want them out of this one. You see Acid, he wants to push. He gets that kill. It's 49-43. Glory, the last player alive. Car 1, Drift, able to take him down, and Akave Esports will tie this series up.
Taking a look at the scoreboard, Acid with 16 kills. Big game out of him in a much-needed game 2.
Absolutely. I can't wait to get game 3 kicked off. After a quick break, we'll be right back with a tied-up series.
capture the flag.
We are back. Game number 3. Origin captures the flag. We're all tied up, Clutch. 1-1. Lumen Gaming against Halo Esports.
Kave did a phenomenal job getting back into this series. That game 2 was everything for them, trying to get second in this pool. And it's really going to come down here. We got, what, a best of 3 in the last 3 games of this series. This is a big one here. As we start off the game with Acid, I can't wait to try and see this guy get an opportunity to get the S7 in his hands. When I tell you, he impresses me so much when I play against him and he has that weapon. Can he get the weapons in question? SLG denies it this time around. It's going to be 3 going down for Luminen, however. So SLG, we saw him win the fight, but that's the only fight that got won. SLG does find a second kill, but it's complete control early on to Magico and Agave.
Yeah, 3 members fell there for Luminen, so SLG actually winning that piv and getting the second kill is huge.
Yeah.
And allowed his team to kind of have to breathe from as they're respawning. We have Magico on your screen with the sniper rifle trying to do some damage. We talk about the importance of having a strong start, and in a map like Origin, we have Rockets and Sniper off the rip. Surprisingly, really haven't seen one team or the other really make a big push off the start. Both teams kind of neutral at the moment.
Magico doing his best Frosty impression. Unfortunately, forgot to hit the shot. Pays for it with his life. And maybe an opportunity squandered there from Agave is they're not able to get a few kills when they have complete control. And now look at this. 3 go down, making 4. Wu Tum killing everything in the base. Drift the first one to spawn. That flag already out. And you have to think Luminen are going to be able to cap this if they get it across that halfway mark free.
Yeah, and you got to be careful if you're Agave by not just overextending and try to desperate to stop. And it doesn't look like they're going to do that. So just get control back of the map, get your kills, and try to reset.
Good job after rebounding from a Game 2 performance from Luminen Gaming here as they get a quick cap in the first 2 minutes. Got a second cap on the way here is still Agave. Can't get off their spawn, can't get control of their own base. That flag on the move. Big shots may delay that flag from being run, but it's just one alive Drift to try and say anything about this second cap going in, and we could be looking at a 2-0 lead with 10 minutes remaining in this game. Just not even 2 minutes into the game, and that's a fact now that Luminen Gaming get the double cap.
Yeah, Agave not clearing out their base, not killing the people in their elbow, but instead off spawn choosing to continuously push towards snipe, and that cost them dearly as now it's a 2-0 lead in the favor of Luminen. Agave trying to run a flag of their own. SLG is down in the trenches, putting some damage down. Magico trying to continue the run and falls for Wutum. Glory gets a kill as well, so just like that, it might be a squandered opportunity for Agave.
Drift, the last player alive, he's in no man's land. He's trying to just stay on the map right now. Rockets come up in the hands of Wutum. Can't find any damage with that first, but more importantly, the fight getting returned, keeping this to a 2-0 lead. Rockets find themselves 1 kill on the Magico, and the pressure's still on Agave Esports here.
Being very aggressive here, and it pays off as he takes down Luor. Drift gets a big double kill though to try to stop this final flag cap out of Luminen. Nitro now is trying to play his life and do as much damage as he can before going down. It's 2 down for Luminen.
Uh-oh.
SLG down to 1 shot as well.
Thought there might be a window there after SLG gets that kill. Can he get the touch, maybe get lost? But he's not able to do so. It's good defense this time around from Agave. They don't let that 3rd and final cap get off their BR, and because of it, they get to continue to play here in Game 3. But is it a matter of how long? What can Lou Ward do in this position? Needs to find a way up to this catwalk and find this kill on a sniper. Nice.
Takes a lot of damage in order to get that kill on Snipe Drone. SLG 1 shot in his basement. Wutum in his trenches. Glory taking him out in his cut. So all of these weak players on the side of Luminen, but it doesn't matter. They just find a way to weasel themselves out of the situation and not really give up much grounds to Agave.
Yeah, they're playing defense right now. When you're down 2-0, you need to figure out ways to get some map control of your own and get some flags on the move. You got plenty of time still in this game, so that is the shining light here, but continuously being put on their back feet, being forced to try and play for these returns because Luminen Gaming are doing such a good job of overextending towards the elbow, and once again, a couple of players did make their way into the base. Acid shuts them down. But still, got to get to the other side of the map, and Sniper doing a good job of making sure that doesn't happen.
Sniper rotated the sniper all the way across towards the Rocket side, giving him a lot of great lines of sight right now. And again, with the 2-0 lead and the Origin capture the flag, you can play a lot more careful, a lot more patient. And we're seeing a bit of that out of Snipe Drone.
Yeah, how much pressure is on Agave right now to make a play, to make a push without any information? 3 do go down. Snipe Drone, last player alive. Doesn't know Acid's going to be pushing him from the elbow side. Doesn't get the trade either. The flag, I believe it's getting pulled, but Drift has to leave it behind because he doesn't have the angle to safely get there. He prioritizes his life. He dies at the end, and that flag still in the base is not going to be able to be ran, even with 3 going down. I'm pretty sure no one on the move with that flag. I actually might. That flag does get returned, but here comes the push once again.
2 members fall for Luminen. Make that 3, make that 4 dead for Luminen as finally Agave able to get a flag pull without taking a lot of damage right off the bat. Snipe Drone gets the kill, Glory does as well. So just like that, 2 members fall for Agave, and that's the common theme so far is even when they get their plays, they're just not, the timing isn't working in their favor and they're not able to get clean runs.
I'm going to be honest, that was a terrible play. You see your player pull the flag 1 towards cave. When he does that, you cannot pressure those players' elbow. You are going to force the cave spawns. That's exactly what happens. Your flag carrier gets killed, and you're not even able to have success on the players that did spawn elbow. So you force the split spawns, you almost screw your flag guy over, and because of it, that flag stops. Another attempt at the flag out the window this time around. Glory goes down to Luor, and SLG in the enemy base is going to make this kind of a flag stalemate situation where all of a sudden the decisions get really difficult for Agave Esports.
Yeah, great play out of SLG, able to flank all the way around to Agave's base like you mentioned, but that's really, even though he falls there, he did his job and he was able to get behind the team and stop them from running a flag.
3 dead, flag on the move still. Acid knocked to no shield. You got to think Snipe Drone's able to get that one. It's a trade. Drift maybe not the best comms there as he's not paying attention to the sniper. Well, fortunately for him, that sniper misses the shot. Drift does not miss. Finds himself a double, stops what would have been the game-winning flag run once again for Luminen Gaming. So good defense here to keep this game alive, but this offense has got to get going. You got to find ways to tie this game up. And I said there wasn't a lot of time with 8 minutes, but there was a lot of time with 8 minutes. Now with 5, it's starting to dwindle quickly.
Yeah, and it's not even like the slays are heavily in one team's favor. It's just that Luminen got the proper slays at the right time early in the game to give themselves a 2-0 lead. And since then, it's been pretty even. But part of that is because Luminen is choosing to just play the game the way they are right now, which is just stopping Agave from getting the flag pull.
Good shots by Glory that kind of erases the one player that was in position to maybe continue some pressure from the window side. But Drift able to get out of his base, win a couple of fights. So it's going to be all Luminen coming off respawn here, it appears. Prioritizing the elbow. They're able to get the first kill. Rockets are coming up. Able to get the second as well. I think Rockets actually just went down into the pit somewhere. It's a 2-2 split, but look at Wutum. Immediately just takes advantage in the space to overextend on the map, and this is that Rocket player I was fearing for. Is Magico going to his own base to try and clear Wutum out, and that's not how you want to use the Rockets. You want to be able to use those offensively, but still surrounded by Luminen Gaming players.
And at some point, if you're Agave, you're going to start worrying about the game clock. Less than 4 minutes left in this game, and so far no success on the objective.
Time's ticking right now. Magico's feeling the pressure. He wants to be aggressive, knows that 2 players are weak, but no one's in a position to finish those. And look at this, SLG overextending towards the elbow side, able to cut off his route, and once again put back in the respawn screen. Last player alive, Drift, able to get a kill. Tries to get out and create some space here. Knows that time is going to start to become a win condition for Luminen Gaming as well.
Drift able to get behind MVP, but just gets absolutely melted in the back of Luminen's base, so that could have been potentially a good situation if completely turned upside down. Great job by Luminen playing some solid defense.
Yeah, just way ahead of his teammates there. Tries to just like force a play that's not there, gets caught, and now the teammates have to push down a man. They get wiped. It's a disjointed offensive attack once again from Agave that really leaves them strandless. So we'll see if anything can change here, but with Snipe Drone already on the enemy team BR, I mean, this has got to be such a difficult position from Agave coming off respawn to deal with.
See Wutum on the other side of the base, the elbow playing aggressive, holding that elbow side of the opposing team's base, and we saw how much trouble that gave Agave earlier in this game. And now Snipe Drone on the enemy. We are putting down some good shots.
Good shots.
Taking down Drift. 3 members fall for Akave. And now they're spawning in the back of their base.
Yeah, and with 2.5 minutes less remaining, I mean, you're seeing Snipe Drone and the boys not prioritize the flagpole. They want map control more importantly than anything. As long as Akave don't get to your side of the map, you will win this game.
Yeah, it seems like that's the common strategy for Lumen, and again, just pushing through elbow, putting that pressure on the members of Akave through that corner, and now they're running the 3rd and final flag with only 1 minute and 55 seconds left to go. They may end this one early with the 3rd cap.
A couple of kills will do just that. You see Wutum picking those up in the feed. Snipe Drone picking up the flag and punching it in to get his team back in the lead of this series. It's going to be a 2-1 lead here after Game 3 for Lumen and Gaming.
Absolutely dominant performance in game number 3 by Lumen. 1 more win away from securing this series victory.
King of the Hill.
Hopping into game number 4, King of the Hill on Lattice. Luminen coming off a strong and impressive victory in game number 3, looking to close this one out in 4 games.
And this is one of those new map mode combinations that I feel like it's going to be a strength of Luminon's with the pace that they played the jungle gen that Lattice can really be. We'll see if that's the case. Wutum is who we're going to kick this one off with. He's got the thrust in hand, and he's already made his way bottom white.
Trying to take down Lure, but Acid is right there with him to provide some cover fire. Doing a good job trying to take this fight in a one-on-one, but Luar takes him down.
Doesn't get the melee. Interesting. As he loses that one-on-one. You thought the melee was going to at least result in a trade, but however, Lumen Gaming do a phenomenal job to take out the rest of Akave here. SLG with snipe in hand. An early time awarded for Lumen after the break.
Pretty even start for both teams, but Akave a little higher on the objective meter right now to get this one started on the first hill.
Yeah, it looks like Akave made a starting strat revolved around the early objective time. They've already got over half, and as long as they break this setup, which they just did, they're probably going to put themselves in a pretty good position here to go up 1-0.
Enemy team took the hill.
Spawning right into a sniper rifle. Always a great treat as Acid just playing his life, hiding, not hopping in the hill as Drift just fell. 3 members fall momentarily for Akave, so good job out of Lumen, but 2 members on their side fall as well, so still a bit of a stalemate.
Yeah, the snipe appears to be cursed. Nobody having success, everybody getting taken down. A body shot's not good enough, as it's the 3rd shot on the snipe drone. The snipe is going to be out of ammo. Does look like Lumen's Hill player was taken down, but the snipe drone surrounded does a phenomenal job to get to.
Gets taken out of the hill. 2 members down on each side. SLG trying to stay alive here as that QT is about to spawn on the map. Magico gets taken down to 1 shot, opting to get out of that fight.
There's the player sneaking back red. Looks like SLG is almost aware of him, but doesn't spot him when he checks, and because of it, look at that. Acid able to get a kill in the kill feed. Drift as well, and it's Drift who's gotten behind enemy lines because of it. The setup gets broken, and SLG, although he gets 1, it's after his team goes down. Akave still in the hill, still becoming a problem, especially with the Shroud in play.
4 members down momentarily for Akave as Luar and Drift just off of respawn. That might be an opportunity for Lumen to take this first hill and get the lead.
Yeah, they're going to have to go now. Drift just picked up a double. That could be where they maybe get the hill carrier before he transfers it, but hiding behind the rock, absolutely no shield. Glory able to stay alive in that hill just long enough to get his team a 1-0 lead.
Despite Akave's opening start being revolved around some early control of that hill, Luminen is the team on top. The first team is ranked.
Let's see what Akave can say about that. Already in the hill. They have eyes and information on a few players here for Luminum. You cannot go down if you're Magico here. He gets knocked into a shield. Snipe drone overextending towards the ramp. He's going to be cut off by Acid. Magico taking down Glory from the door. Can't get the shot onto the kill, and because of it, Glory gets a kill. SLG gets a kill. The bait and switch is perfect. Wootum with snipe, and now Lumen Gaming in the second hill are going to be able to have a complete setup here. You need to hit shots if you're Wootum, because this setup is not for long if you don't. Nice start as he hits the body shot on the player ramp.
A similar story here for the second hill where Akave kind of get the initial lead on the timer, but Lumina just playing more patient, more strategic, and playing the long game, and it worked out well for them in the first hill.
Yeah, you can tell both teams are really strategically pushing towards that red ramp, overextending towards that in order to block those spawns and also finding some successful kills to break these setups. Usually these red setups are very difficult to break, but both these teams so far are doing a great job of neutralizing the hill for now. We'll see if this round of play changes anything. SLG finds a kill, but so does Acid as he finds 2 in the feed.
3 down, one-on-one, and Acid wins it. Last player alive on the map. This is going to give him an opportunity to get a big chunk of time on this hill, but let's see how this plays out as Snipe Drone gets a kill first. And now the advantage is on the side of Lumina, but Drift gets a nice grenade kill to help his team keep some control here as they're very close to tapping their first hill.
Yeah, Acid wisely gets out of that hill. He didn't have a ton of support on the left side of the map there. It is going to be Glory and Wootum both getting caught off guard now. They've lost track of Acid. Acid continuing to pick up kills. The grenade doesn't find the kill, but the melee will. It's 2 more for Acid after the big 3 that he was able to find to get the initial control of this setup. The 4th player flies in front of him. SLG, he gets removed. Snipe Drone can't finish him either. Respawners finally do, but the damage has been done. Look at the hill progression. This should result in a tied game shortly. But Snipe Drone is in the hill currently for Luminans. We'll see how strong this setup lasts.
Yeah, Snipe Drone being taken down to 1 shot, but staying alive. And we're seeing time and time again how important it is to value your life. Because if Snipe Drone goes down there, this would be a 1-1 tied-up game. But instead, Snipe Drone really puts the pressure back on Akave.
Yeah, and these kills being pushed out are big, but this is the big fear. No one blocking red ramp, and someone's behind you, Snipe Drone. You find out by getting shot in the back, knocked to no shield, and that's where the setup will fall. Too aggressive of a push there. You block the spawns, and it's going to be a tight game here momentarily. Acid does it himself.
Yeah, that was so clutch by Acid, basically single-handedly stopping that potential 2-0 deficit and easily taking out that member in the hill and capping the hill, for his team.
Not often do you see a trade on land, but we saw it then, and there Acid finally gets taken down. SLG in a one-on-one with the hill player, a great grenade, but the boxing spawns for his teammates will allow reinforcements for Halo Esports to continue the setup here in green.
Once again, Akave doing a great job on the objective efficiency and making sure that they're giving themselves some cushion. Even if Luminant pushes and breaks the setup, they're already 75% of the way there on their second hill.
No three-shot melee there for War. He's going to go down. The snipe in the hands of Glory. You got to make a play. You got to do it fast. Because look at the progression on this hill already up to about 95%. The body shot's not going to do the job you think. But in the meantime, it has been Luminant Gaming pushing from the boxes into green. They're able to find a few kills. Not prioritizing this hill just yet. They get a few kills. They need to flush out the last player in blue. They do just that, and we'll see if they can have a perfect setup here. Because if they don't, it will be Akave taking the lead.
Big fight here by Ash doing a great job getting damage down for Trip to get that kill. And now we're seeing the chaos break through as two members make that 3 fall for Luminant. And this is going to be a 2-1 lead in favor of Akave, West. And we might be seeing a game 5. I don't want to speak too soon, but a minute and 30 seconds left in the game clock.
They pull a Rhino, they get out of the hill to try and get some map control here. They want some time off the clock because when this hill moves, it goes to Catwalk, and that's such a difficult hill to try and capture. That's where games get delayed. They finally put their toes in, but a minute and 23 on the clock now, a wood condition in the favor of Akave as well.
Great play out of Acid. Super patient, able to get so much damage. Perfect shots on Wutum. You see that star on the kill feed. Now putting down a little bit of damage on SLG, but SLG can set up. He goes down. 2 members on each side down for Luminant Gaming. Now Sniper in the hands of Glory.
Now you want to see Akave slow this one down. Glory forced to kind of be aggressive. Make sure they keep numbers advantage, because if you allow all of Akave to get off respawn, this hill is going to get neutralized very quickly. The player in the hill forced out of it already. With a minute and 7 on the clock, the time is going to tick every time they get out of there. So that's a win in the books of Akave. 2 players are going down. Glory in a very difficult position, stuck in between a couple of blue pipes here. Knocked to no shield by a random grenade as well. Wants to get his shield back. Akave are going to play time, and Glory, once he gets his shield, let's see if he can make a play. Finds a player bottom blue, but here comes another. And it's teamwork from Akave standing strong, and the time starting to dwindle.
Snipe Drone desperately trying to stay alive. Wutum with a big double kill. 3 members fall for Akave. Still 37 seconds left on the game clock, and of course that timer stops when a member is in the hill. So Wutum and the members of Luminant clutching up right now, looking to tie this game up.
Yeah, this player top red drifts. You got to get this guy out of the hill. He does back him out. 35 seconds though, and look at this progression. Time, maybe not so much of a factor. You need a round of slays. Acid going down is big. Drift getting knocked down to no shield. Wutum gets back in the hill, stops the clock from moving, and right now it looks like Luminant Gaming somehow, some way, have got this catwalk hill. What was surely an Akave game 5 on the way, it is now the priority for the next hill to win the game with just 24 seconds left.
Looking like it's going to be an overtime game, Wes, as Wutum trying to do damage here. Takes down
Gets a
one,
melee
and
too.
Melee's second. Great job out of him. Snipe Drone with the no-scope on Luor. Sit down. 2 members fall for Akave. And maybe Luminant is just going to continue playing aggressive here, and they might be able to steal this game.
Snipe Drone does leave his hill guy though, and all of red ramp is where Akave is spawning. You want to see Snipe Drone get in a position where he can help his hill carrier out, but he's done a lot of work to get to this point. Does land a body shot as Luor gets up into the boxes. Let's see if he's able to get finished. Wutum finds a double in the kill feed. 2 down already for Akave. All 4 up for Luminant right now. This is a difficult spot for Akave with their series on the line.
And if Snipe Drone hits some body shots, does some damage with the sniper, and allows his teammates to clean up some kills, that could be huge. But as I say that, 2 members fall for Luminant, leaving Snipe Drone in a vulnerable position with the sniper.
Half the progression on this hill in the favor of Luminant, but it is going to be Akave that took control, but only for a moment and a moment's time as Snipe Drone continuing to hit shots. Staying alive is criminal as he's able to get into green. It's blue spawns for Luminon. The Boxes Hill is guaranteed almost, as across the map, Akave are going to have to G-slide. One player gets taken down in acid, and that's going to be game. 2 go down, and look at that. Luminon Gaming clutched that catwalk kill. They play flawless on the side of Snipe Drone, and they get that 5th and final hill. They will win this series 3-1.
Snipe Drone playing his life, picture perfect at the end there, allowing his team to spawn and provide the support he needed to ultimately capture that final hill. And just like that, ladies and gentlemen, Luminon Gaming take this series 3-1 against Akave Esports.
And because of that, they're going to advance in winner's bracket starting tomorrow. That's a massive accomplishment for them. They start their championship bracket in winner's side at the World Championship, and we'll see what they can do from there. On the side of Akave, you do get dropped to the elimination bracket, but they've looked strong. They've showed promise, and they're not a team a lot of our mid-tier teams are going to want to see going into early Saturday.